Good morning, welcome to week 2 on Series 4 here at the MODUS Super Series. Now, before we get into this week's action, we'll reflect on what happened last week. Here is a story of finals night. Wesley Harms got the better of Moreno Blom in an all-Dutch duel in the group stages with the aid of this picture-perfect Shanghai shots. There was drama for Palmer as Ryan Palmer got to a last leg decider but was tamed by David Evans, the Lion. Going out, Evans progressing to the semi-finals. There, Harms got the better of Man of Steel Rob Collins to reach the final, while Danny Lauby II pipped Evans in a tense tussle to set up the week 1 decider.
Not up to it.
Danny required
Dan
20.
Lauby. Is this the moment of destiny?
Game.
Yes, it is.
Dan the MODUS Super Series, we won champion.
A 4-1 victor in the final over Wesley Harms and banishes the demons of the group defeat.
The voice of Phil Bars on commentary there, calling in that winning moment. Danny Lauby taking the week 1 title. Glenn Durrant, I'm sure you were watching. What did you make of the first week of Series 4?
Yeah, it was great to see Wesley Harms. I mean, I've had some tussles with that guy, and I knew how tough he is a match player, and I thought he did, really well considering his postponement away from the game. But great to see Danny Lauby, very, very talented individual, a real classy A game. I think his Achilles heel has always been that he can let himself down, but that double 10 against David Evans in the semis there, that was a big moment. And then to beat Wesley Harms at the end, fair play to him. He's a very, very big talent.
Let's have a deeper dig into the stats from last week. They are the numbers for the first week of this series. Always difficult, I think, to follow a Champions Week, but some really respectable stuff there.
Yeah, I thought it was it's after the Lord Mayor's show, but if you look at that 85 over the week, and nice to see David Evans playing so well. He's got such a classy throw, very elegant, some big finishes there, huge amount of 180s. There's another tremendous week here in Portsmouth.
One final word for Lee Cox, because he just keeps missing out. He missed out in leg difference in Group A. Last time he was here, it was legs difference and legs won. Had the highest checkout there, but he must be bitterly disappointed the way it all unfolded in Group B.
Yeah, it did. I mean, it was interesting because he picked up 2 of the Dutchies as well, which shows the camaraderie between the guys there. But, I'm a big believer in lessons learned. He needs to go away. There was a huge amount of positives, some negatives. He has to address them and he'll be back.
Right, so Danny Lauby, the first man through to the next Champions Week. Now, we'll see who is trying to join him this week. Here are the players in action across the week. So later on in the week, Sam Cankett, Chaz Barstow, Rhys Robinson, Scott Walters, Mal Cumming, who of course did play last week, coming from Australia, special dispensation to play a second week, and then Dom Taylor in Group C. But Group A is where we start today, and we've got 4 debutants in there, the well-known duo of Mike Warburton and Robert Thornton.
Yeah, I mean, Robert Thornton's a name that stands out for me, but really looking forward to seeing Jeremy Fagg play. I'm just waiting on a reply now from Damon Hetter as well. I've done my research on Jeremy, but just to get a little bit more about him. He won a tournament here last week, beating Simon Whitlock in the final, so that's a good opener. Big fan of Mike Warburton, so it's a really exciting group here there, and a couple of big hitters coming up in Chaz Barstow and Scott Walters, and don't rule out Dom Taylor, big talent.
And it's the first time that we've never had an Englishman in Group A as well. We're getting this real international feel now at the Super Series. And we're going to see how the bookies see things in this group. Robert Thornton, you mentioned the man that stands out. They see it that way as well as favourite.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with that. Sven Verdonk was a real tough player to play, very slow, very deliberate, but I haven't sort of seen him on the circuit for a long time, so it'll be interesting. I mean, John's played at Lakeside. Mark Borelli's got a wonderful CV, but had a little issue with his finger as well, so it'll be interesting to see, just as us dart players, just a little nick on the finger can make a big difference. But it's Jeremy Fagg I'm interested in as a bit of value for money there.
Well, he's done his research, so let's see what he's come up with for Duzz's tips today. What have you gone for here and why?
Yeah, I really like the 180s bet. Mike Warburton, I think, when he's just got one of the most beautiful throws, which no doubt I'll be talking about during the week. So I've got him to hit the most 180s against Mark Borelli. Robert Thornton to hit the most 180s against John Desmarais. And I'm just going to go for a big win for Jeremy Fagg over Mark Borelli.
Right, first thing that I do every week is put the pundit on the spot. So give me one name, doesn't necessarily have to be from this group, but one name that you think is going to be at finals night on Saturday.
Dom Taylor.
There we go. Glenn has spoken, and he will be speaking in commentary alongside Henry Deacon. The first match of our 15 here on Monday, Mark Borelli against Mike Warburton.
Thank you very much, Chris, and a very good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second week of action here at the MODUS Super Series. A historic week in the context that there's not an Englishman in the Group A field, but what we do have is a Gaelic clash between Mark Borelli and Mike Warburton. Scotland against Wales to kick things off. Well, the last time Mike Warburton was here, it was Champions Week. He didn't quite make it through to finals night, but he was the winner of week 5 last time out in this competition, beating the highly impressive Conor Heenahan in the final. As for Mark Borelli, well, it's been a little bit of time since we've seen him on our screens. Played at the Lakeside last April. Did okay in that particular tournament, but had a bit of a resurgence in 2022. What is he going to do at the beginning of 2023 up against this highly impressive, highly consistent performer
First leg mark
in Mike
to
Warburton?
Throwfirst.
Daniel McNamara is going to be our referee for all of the week's proceedings, and I am happy to say that I am in the company of a legend of the sport. Chris Murphy's upstairs. Glenn Downs here with me.
Oh, no, it's going so nicely there as well for me. But, yeah, so excited to be here again, and a really nice sort of selection, nice combination of players this week. And like I said, you'll hear me say so many times, I'm a huge fan of the guy in your picture there right now. I think not an awful lot wrong can go with that throw. It's absolutely perfect. And Mark Borelli, real good CV.
174.
Just chatting with him this week. He has had a little problem with his finger. Sent me a real close-up there. I got a little bit nervous when he sent me it, but yeah, a great player. Just a real tough individual.
60.
Who's, you know, played at the Lakeside 5 times, 10 times at the World Masters. He's played UK Opens and the FIDE Masters. So I've come across him. But one thing about Mark Borelli, no matter how hot it is, Henry, he will be wearing a jumper.
$100.
Yeah, there's only one other player in the history of darts I remember adorning the long sleeve shirts as well as Mark Borelli. This is one for the podcast people. Go Stompay!
Yeah, I was when you were going to say that then, I was also thinking Les Wallace. I think he used to wear long sleeve, but I could be corrected on that one.
100.
And a lovely start
28.
for Mark Borelli after 12 darts. We'll want to put this to bed.
14.
Still making favourite with Mike on 141. But it's a finish with practice for many reasons. But not this time. So it's still advantage Borelli in this game.
100. Mark require 14.
We had one go without any surmountable pressure as he decides to split for double 4. But the miss this time could well be punished by Warburton. Looking for an opening leg break if he can find 41.
Yeah, and the frustration was evident there, Henry, just as he looked there, because you want to get off in that first leg. But that's disappointing. As many people know on my commentary, my pet hate is hitting big numbers. It's just a little bit sloppy, and that is just not acceptable. For someone as good as Mike Warburton, it's very early on a Monday, so they're the sort of defence. But I'm a big believer that just hitting big numbers is an absolute must. Because the problem you have there, Henry, you're thinking of the double already. And Mark Borelli was in total control of this leg. I think he'd be surprised to be back. But back he is, and right in the double 4 there. I think he deserved to win that leg on merit there, but Mike Warburton right now will be absolutely steaming because he wasn't in the leg. He was well behind. He should have took the leg. And all of a sudden he's 1-0 down, and you just want to get them 2 points on the board at this stage.
because he got to Champions Week last time, is there going to
60.
be a pressure and expectation this time on the shoulders of Mike Warburton?
Yeah, and the only thing I can sort of relate to that is, you know, when I've won a tournament and then the next year going back to that tournament, I'm a big believer in horses for courses. He now knows what
45.
to do. I mean, that's, I think, the most important thing of the MODUS Super Series. He knows what it takes to win a week. So I don't think he'll panic in situations he may have in previous occasions have been here. But sometimes it's
60.
difficult to get up for the game after that huge week of Champions Week. And it sort of feels like it's back to the drawing board. So I think he'll just be taking
70.
that one game at a time right now. I think he'll have the expectation of winning 3 out of his 5 games today. And I think he'll treat the week like that.
Rwanda Group A played over 3 days. The winner will progress through to
60.
Saturday night's final. The players in second and third will be divvied up into Group B, which will take place on Thursday and Friday night. 3 players from 5 go through from there, whilst the players 4th, 5th and 6th will move into Group C.
140.
That's a daytime group at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And the top 2 make it through to Saturday night's final, where the victor will claim a place at Champions Week at the beginning of August.
100.
Yeah, Mark Borelli played at Lakeside 5 times. Lost to one of the commentators, Scott Mitchell,
55.
at Lakeside. Spent the weekend with Scott in Germany. He's in fine form right now. And I honestly say, I won't exaggerate here when I say that if there's somebody's throw I'd love to have right now,
140.
it's Mike Warburton. I think it's so smooth, so nice, and I just think he needs just a little bit of something at the end, a real end product to then take him to the next level. You always feel very
96.
confident.
Mike require 81.
Just had a little look at the score. No, Mark Borelli's on 95 there, so he will be considering the bullseye with his last stab. He does need it for 2 darts at double 12. And that's as
Game on the second leg,
absolute
Mike
as smooth
Warburton.
as silk. And the frustration of missing that big 9 in the previous leg is now forgotten. And it's 1-1.
Third leg mark to throw first. Game on.
For Mark, he's thinking, look, it's just on throw right now, and now it's a best of 5.
Just waiting for this game really to boil up and maybe
85.
light up that blue touch paper.
Yeah, I'm looking at the checkout ratio for Mike Warburton, scratching my head that it's 100%, but of course he didn't get a dart at that 41 finish in the first leg.
100.
But I do like that, just above the treble 20, followed by the treble. Make your opponent hit a treble, but Mike,
87.
he's up against it with Mark Borelli, who sort of early stages, he can use his experience. And you just feel these early games on a Monday morning, it just players warming up and getting used to the feelings, especially
60.
with 4 debutants in this group here.
Yes, first appearances here for John Desimo, Sven Verdonk, Jeremy Fagenco. Now, we haven't quite
60.
got a Rolls-Royce car here, but we have got a Rolls-Royce throw. Just describe what makes Mike Warburton's throw just oh so delicious.
It's just so simple. So he holds his hand out at the beginning there, and then just look at that pullback and the follow-through.
100.
The elbow must never rise. That's the most important part. So if you can have a closer look and just purely look at his elbow.
44.
So it's very traditionally stands there, lovely balance. He holds his arm out there, but watch the elbow there. Now, if that rises, now naturally it'll rise once a dart, and then look at the follow-through afterwards. And if your fingers
60.
are touching the floor, or as what I say to players, pretend the end product of them fingers are under double 19. Whereas, see, Mark said it's a little bit snappy for my liking. And I think that will get
85.
smoother. And I think that creates inconsistency when you're a bit snappy. And that's when the 1s and 5s to come in. I think that'll be smoother. And considering it's so early, that looks absolutely beautiful. He should be looking at the bull with his last.
170.
Unfortunately, he hits the bull because at that point you're looking at the 25.
There's a difference between looking at the ball and getting the ball in those types of scenarios.
The times you hit the ball, and all of a
40.
sudden that, the big 3
Mike
for
require
11
11.
just squeezes in. So he's had the error in the first leg, but that's smack bang in the middle for 2 darts at double 4.
Game shot on the third
And that
leg.
will feel
Mike
great. He just
Warburton.
held his hand at the end like a peacock. Like the confidence, because when you hit someone hard, Henry, with that last dart, it hurts. And it hurts
Fourth leg,
doubly
Mike to throw first.
in the sense that that was a
Game
breaker
on.
throw. It's advantage Warburton right now.
Leading 2-1. Mark Barilli, 1 out of 8 when it came to the doubling in this game. And it looks as if he's now
140.
really warming up to the task.
Yes, he's on the rise, is Warburton. And he wants the door at the end of the week.
140.
Piece of toast.
Beautiful to watch. I'm a big fan.
140.
The problem when you sit here sometimes is the fear of repeating yourself, and I just do enjoy watching Mike Warburton. But I think, you know, I like giving praise,
100.
but I've got to be sort of critical at times as well. I mean, to win the Welsh Open like he did, that's a tough one to win, that one. It's time he really needs to kick on his career. And now it's just a little bit of being just that little something at the
60.
end. When you need that double at 3-3, like what happened to Dan Lowby this week. Just incredible amount of talent he's got, Henry. But he has to learn to get over the winning line.
125.
Yeah, very detailed chat with Danny
Regular
Lowby I had with him down the beach
161.
last week, and you can watch that on the Super Series YouTube channel as Warburton goes for this 161 to go within a leg of the match. Not going to happen this time. Barilli back on 136 to try and break the throw and
90.
level this game back
Back
up.
require 136.
Yeah, great board management with the last start. And once again, hits the ball. So all Barilli can do is lay up. He'll stay there.
100.
What a fabulous last start.
Mike requires 71.
So Mike Warburton should be looking at the 13s. Here's the option of the 17s. So it is going to be the bullseye with the last start.
46.
And maybe threw it too well.
Mark
The
requires
direction was fine.
36.
Just line and length just off. Big dart. Big
Game
finish.
shot of the fourth leg, Mark Barilli.
It's 2-2 here in this exciting opener. And another breaker throw. That means Barilli is back in charge. So your
Fifth leg,
mind
Mark,
process
to
right
throw
now
first.
is just a best of 3.
Game on.
Win my darts. I'm up and running.
Just having a look at Mark Barilli's recent results and just going through his
97.
tournament stats over the last 12 months or so. It's very much a case of getting yourself into a tournament, but then maybe not progressing through into the latter stages he would have liked. Welsh Open, Welsh Classic a couple of weeks
100.
ago, last 32. Welsh Open, last 64. Denmark Open, last 32. Croatian Masters this year, last 16. His best result in
85.
2023 came at the Romanian Classic, where he made it through to the semi-finals. Played quite well, averaged 91.32, but lost out to Gary Stone, who's been playing some great stuff recently, by 4 legs to 1.
Yeah, he did get the final of the Iceland
45.
Open. Who won the Iceland Masters?
I don't know. No one's really mentioned it, have they?
I know Matt Edgar was going, but whether he won it or not, he hasn't mentioned
99.
anything. Glenn's nose goes larger.
What about the Morrison's match play?
Haha.
100.
Yeah, but all joking aside, I thought Matt was great in the comms box last week, but he was absolutely over the moon with what happened at Modus. But he was super frustrated not getting over the winning line in the end.
100.
I feel like that itch has just been scratched again for him.
Yeah, and it's good. We talked about an awful lot. He was hours away from walking away. He thought he was finished.
60.
That's the beauty of darts.
Mark
24 hours can be just
120.
so different in your career. Real sliding moment doors, or just being great one day.
60.
And I love that last dart. I can't tell you how happy I was. It was a half-hearted attempt at the tops, but most importantly, he left himself a 2-darter. Rather than trying to penetrate that dart through the treble and get a bounce out with deflection into 5 and 1.
45.
Very sensible
Mark
play. And that's the
requires 60.
experience of Barilli. Now he needs to execute the finish, and that was not what the doctor ordered. It's only going to be 1 dart at tops.
Game shot of the fifth leg,
And that's
Mark
all you
Barilli.
need. Advantage Barilli in super quick time.
There was an irony there. You were happy about the fact that he got the single and then missed the single with the
Looks
next
like
dart,
Mike
but
to
gets the job
Rovers.
done in the end. Leads
Game on.
3-2, and it's all for Warburton to do.
He was just trying to make me look stupid a bit.
We've got 103 more matches to go this week to make that happen.
100.
There's that 100 again from Warburton. That must be a score he hits more than any other. Whereas Borelli's bit, you know, he can ping a 180. He's also got a sliding, I think, exactly short of them 3 darts there. And for me, that's that flick of the throw. Whereas this lovely, you expect this one to go straight. Which usually means it follows with a big 5. But you expect that dart of Warburton's to go straight.
100.
But with Mark's, his dart's a flick. So it's potentially, he's got the kicker in there. And I think over the week, and see how he's pointing that finger at the top there. I think that'll get smoother throughout the week. But 2 points here for Borelli would be huge.
I'm going to have to be careful what I wear this week around Mark Borelli, because I'm sure I've got that type of polo shirt in my wardrobe.
As long as you don't wear that shirt with all the Noel Edmonds colours on.
60. Mike Irwar,
The Art Attack one.
161.
Perfect. He doesn't need to go downstairs, but he is. We'll be back on the treble 20 bet after that perfect first dart.
37.
This is looking like 3-3.
What a superb leg when he's in the mire. Ton 41.37, even himself on double 12 after 12.
59.
With the darts of his opponent
Irwar,
breathing down his neck for
24.
the match.
Game
opening
shot
match
to
of the
6 leg,
day.
Mike Warburton.
A really exciting 3-3. Now it's one leg. And both of these players have had this one leg,
Seventh
whether
and
it's
final leg,
local
Mark
league
to Throwford.
or even representing your
Game
country
on.
in the Europe Cup, where it's this one-legger and how important throwing first is. And all you're thinking at this point is just give me a treble.
60.
And you can see the frustration, because I think he thought they were well-thrown darts. And you can see Mike straight to the board now, eyes on the prize. Perfect first dart. Surely it's in the treble.
100.
Once again, ton for Warburton.
That's his 13th of the match. This is a scoring power pack from our opening game of the week. The sheer consistency in terms of one treble
60.
visits for Warburton is powerful. And there have been one treble visits, because he's not one of those players that will switch if a first dart goes a begging.
It's a big favourite now, surely. But our first of the week.
180.
Darts is about timing. The timing there was perfect. Borelli, the frustration in his face, because he's
85.
thinking now, I've been in control of this game. Why is my opponent playing his best darts at the end? Is this going to sum up my week? You're fighting with yourself up there. But see the nod of appreciation there. He's in a really good space now, Warburton. Well, like I've said, not only about this match, but his career. Now it's an end product.
It's now the time for Warburton.
I thought you were going to start singing there.
He's up. It's only 10 o'clock.
100.
Still got a long week to
Mike
go.
Irwar, 121.
Options here. He doesn't need necessarily to go treble 20, but he's very traditional in his roots. A transition
97.
once again from the 17s bet to the treble 20s worked. It's in Mike Warburton's hands now. He's going to have 3 darts for this first game.
100.
The ironic shake of the head is to think, where was that before? But it has piled the pressure on Warburton, who for the second straight leg has left double 12 after 12. But that slips in the 5. And so that means now it's only going to be the solitary dart at double 8.
16.
And it goes inside. And so that maximum may have meant something for Mark Borelli.
Yes, and leg 1, missed darts at the big number, cost Warburton. Is it going to cost him in the last one? They are awkward. He's having to move right to the left. You can only see the top part of the bed.
King,
What
shot,
a
and the
stunning
match,
dart.
Mark Borelli.
And what an exciting match that was. The full 7 legs, the big 4-3, seesaw up and down. But it's Mark Borelli who takes the 2 points. A big, big statement from it. And look at the stats there. If you looked at that, Mike Warburton's the big winner, just shy of 90. Mark Borelli just over 80. But the big, big points go to Mark Borelli. The Scot is up and running. And it's an all-Belgium affair next with John Desmarais against Sven Verdonk.
It's Battle of the Belgians next. There's two debutants duke it out with John Desramo taking on Sven Verdonk. A methodical and deliberate type is Sven, who does have a WDF ranking title to his name and has appeared in the World Masters on 4 separate occasions. As for his fellow Belgian, well, enough waffle from me. I'll let John introduce himself. We chatted this morning. John, it's first time this week here at the MODUS Super Series. Just for our viewers, tell us a little bit about yourself and your career so far.
Well, I'm John, coming from Belgium. Playing already for more than 20 years. So my highest career achievement was last year on WDF World Championships. So this week is a nice opportunity to get more experience.
And there are more eyes on darts in Belgium at the moment than there's ever been before. So how big is that for you to be able to play in front of the cameras and get some more support from back home?
Yeah, it's nice for Belgium. It's really booming. It's great. And yeah, let's see what we can in Belgium.
What the form been like for you recently?
It's going to be a little bit ups and downs, but for the moment, it's going well.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
So, the thoughts of John Desramo before we get this one underway. For the first time at the Super Series, see an all-Belgian battle as he takes on Sven Verdonk here in our second game of the week. Prior to this, we've only actually had 2 Belgians play in this particular competition. The former WDF world #1, Brian Roman, he was here just before he got his Pro Tour card. And I'm sure he's going to be watching on and giving some of his commenting contributions as the week goes along as well. As well as him, we saw Kenny Nairns in the previous series step up to the Oki here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. John Desramo, 48 from Ypres in Belgium, nicknamed the Killer Bee, was at the WDF World Championship last year and probably gave the most infamous interview of that particular tournament. I had the best seat in the house for that, and it was something that maybe afterwards we could sit back, reflect, and thought, okay, that's going to be a meme.
First leg, John to throw first.
Yeah, the less said about that,
Game
the better. I did tag you on something in social media this week regarding that. He's been playing since he was 7-year-old as John.
140.
Yeah, I've had some really good
100.
battles with Sven. I haven't heard of his name as of recent, so I'm hoping to sort of catch up with him, see where his game is at. He's been very generous in some information, which I'll sort of share with you, which I do with a lot of the players
79.
prior to coming here. But for John Desramo, his dad was a very good player, Henry, in the 80s. Very deliberate throws, Sven. So when you stood there, the biggest battle half the time is your concentration levels.
65.
It doesn't look like he's really sped up since not seeing him. I didn't realise he was 59. Looks 20 years younger than me.
92.
Before you say anything, Hitch.
I wasn't saying nout. Now, if we're rating how these pair would go into it based on recent performances, we'd probably put Sven Verdonk as the favourite in terms of levels of performance. An interesting one with these two because we've got
140.
bits of information based on them, but maybe not a true correlated guide which we can really stick the nail to the stick the colours to the mask with.
75.
As Desramo's made the better start in this one in this opening leg.
Yeah, his best mate, Sven. He always hung around with Gert de Vos. He plays Super League with Jermaine Watamina, Yella Class and Andy Bartons. I think that's part of the Orange Bar team.
95. John, you require 115.
As part of Tony Martinez as, and again, is it a day missed the numbers? The 18 there. Would be frustrating.
Sven, you require 101.
For Sven, this is the type of finish that many of these people have been practicing prior to going on the stage. He's got options of bullseye or treble 14. Treble 14, because it's a bigger target, is the correct route, in my opinion, and sets it
93.
up lovely.
John, you require 40.
For a real settler for John. 3 darter tops.
Game shot on the first
Only
leg.
needing the
John
one. Nice
Desmond.
16 darter. Be feeling a little bit good about himself, because for debutants, they'll be feeling the nerves up there. And just to get on the
Second leg,
board,
Sven to
you
throw
just
first.
feel the frustration from
Game
Mike
on.
Warburton in the first game and how Mark Borelli will settle. And it's the same for these two. The fact that they're making their debuts here, they'll just want to get up and running. But a good start from both.
Yeah, 16 darts at the start. Actually, before the game got underway, I was just having a look at the
140.
odds that the players were priced at. John Desimo 4-9, Sven Verdonk 13-8. And it's an interesting one when you've got players like this,
140.
especially with Sven, because we haven't got as much of a guide recently. We saw him at the recent qualifiers for the Belgian Darts Open. That was the Home Nation qualifier for that. It was the last time we actually have true recorded results for the pair. He went out in his third game, lost to Rino Amel, 5-4 on his first couple of games.
100.
And he was loitering around that low 80 average in those last couple of games, whilst for John Desimo wasn't quite his best campaign at those particular set of
100.
qualifiers, although the last Challenge Tour he was edged out, well, by a couple of players we've seen here a fair bit. Dale Pilgrim 5-3, average 93 in that one. Lost out to Jack Vincent. Jack played really well in that particular game. Over in Hildesheim.
66.
Yeah, he was super frustrated with the host nation qualifier, because the big opportunities for these Belgians now. Something I alluded to on his interview there, how Belgian dart is booming right now. I mean, what Kim Hybrids
83.
and Dimitri Vandenberg have done, but these players, the Gert de Vos, the Sven Verdonks, the John Desmarais, of Stefan Dupre, they've all been just sort of under the underbelly of sort of Belgian darts. But I quite like what I'm seeing from both players early on here. Despite whoever wins or loses this game, I think, they could have a decent week. I mean, Sven reminds me of Dave Prins, that left-hander that seems to take
31.
an age to go for that first dart, but he's just getting his hand alignment right. Whereas John's very much like my throw at the moment. So there, I think, if he just, at that point of the pullback there,
140.
if he just
Sven
gave
Euroboy,
himself just another
164.
second, but it feels like he's holding a hot potato and just trying to get rid of that dart a little bit quickly. But, after 12 darts, 38, that throw's working for him nicely. And will he go straight for it,
25.
H?
John, you require 38.
Well, with Verdonk at 139, you may be inclined to think about splitting, which is exactly what he does. And so double 16 for a 2-0 lead, the breaker throw. And that's a
Game
16
from the
followed by a
second leg,
15.
John
This is
Desmond.
really good stuff from John Desimo so far. Debut nerves. He's not nervous.
Nice,
Third leg,
nice
John, to
97
throw
average,
first.
2 out of 3 on the outer ring.
Game on.
If he did have any nerves, they'll be settling by the second. And he's back in that treble 20 bed. This is good stuff.
140.
This is what the MODUS Super Series does now. Offers opportunities to amateur players in the game of darts. And both of them have said they're really happy to be back on the stage again. Back with some cameras and back to real competitive play. Both said they both really appreciate the
85.
opportunity to be here. And they said, well, I've got an opportunity. You have to grab that, because they don't come every day now. And there's a big prizes here at the MODUS Super Series. And
100.
they both want a piece of that pie. So cosmopolitan now, the MODUS Super Series. No English players in Group A. I'm sure there's a joke there of 2 Belgians, 1 Welsh walking into a pub, but I'll leave that to Robert Thorns. I'm looking forward to seeing him play next,
81.
Henry.
Yes, the return of the 2-time reigning World Seniors champion. And I think he's got a little bit, not retribution, but I think he's got
100.
a little bit in his mind. Obviously, he lost out in the final last time out to Matt Clark. And he's always said, hasn't he, that it feels like a little bit of a Saturday night courtesy of the Super Series. Missed out a couple of times in finals. He has got a perfect record in qualifying, 5 from 5.
140.
I know
John,
if Verdonk's
you require
down here 2-0,
161.
but I think he'd be fairly happy with his darts going. Like I said, he is still playing Super League, and I haven't heard his name for a while.
99.
But he'd be pleased with the way this is going. He's one for you. Who did he beat in that infamous interview. Who did he beat in his prelim game? I'll let you think about that while he gets to 62. I would never have got it.
Brandon Lottering.
83. John
Donovan?
requires 62.
What? Donovan Lottering. So I got half of it. I got half of it.
You're not getting half a mark, Henry. On double 8. Very aggressive way going for the 12s, and a lot of players do that because the treble does
Then
offer
you
that
require
double 8.
112.
You just feel this is a must now. The tops.
72.
And that was well thrown, hence the reaction there.
16.
When it just goes above there. And after 15 darts, once again, John
Game shot
just
the third
pings
leg.
that double 8
John
with
Desmarais.
aplomb. This is an absolutely fantastic start from John Desmarais. He'd be absolutely delighted.
Fourth
As
leg
far as
spin
starts
to
go, it doesn't
throw
get much
first.
better than this. He hasn't
Game on.
won a leg above 16 darts so far. Pairs 16s and a 15 sandwich in the middle. Means a 3-0 lead and a very good level of performance. This was Sven. He's averaging just under 88, but that's pretty much a scoring average.
60.
He's only had the solitary dart at double, which he went on to miss.
Yeah, they haven't played in competitive dart on the circuit, but I'm wondering how many times they've sort of met in Belgian national competitions
140.
or even Super League. But John, who doesn't play a lot of local league, he said he prefers the competitions and was pleased in 2022 to be ranked #1 in the Belgian national. So it was a big moment for him to be
81.
doing that. And when you see them up close and personal, you begin to see why. And that delay might be a good thing. Just gives you a chance just to collect your thoughts together. And you say, I'm 3-0 up here. I'm 361 points away. A treble would be nice. Treble
100.
is what he gets. This is a very, very impressive darts. Can you see the Can you see the Dave Prinz analogy?
100.
Left hand, how many times I've stood behind Dave Prinz playing. I think we played 60 times local league, and yet 3 of the biggest ones he beat me. You know, like a World Darts Trophy. I remember him breaking my heart in Blackpool. I think was a big favourite to win that. And when I sort of see Sven.
See, I can't think of Dave Prinz about that song. Badger, 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 mushroom.
81.
Someone get me out of here.
We're to game 2 of the week, Glenn.
$137.
Game 2 of the week could well be over in a jiffy. Because that 137 for Desmo sets him up on 80. Should get a dart at tops if he keeps things straight. To seal a 4-0 win. And it'd be every leg in 16 and under
46.
if he can
John, you require 80.
do it in this turn.
Been a very comprehensive performance from John Desmarais. Can he execute this tops?
60.
Just a little bit
Senior
snatchy
Warrior
there, but
133.
still a big, big ass, this 133. And he's 76. And part of me was thinking him going that way. He was going to look at 2 double 19s. And you can see John Desmarais going through his process now.
79.
And standing there
Junior
with 3
Warrior
darts at double
20.
10. And again, he hasn't looked like missing.
This would be for third
Game, shot, and the
16
match,
dart
John
leg.
Desmarais.
That was his worst legs of the match. 3 16s and a 15, a 4-0 win. And John Desmo has announced himself on the Super Series stage, beating Sven Verdonk by 4 legs to 0. Doing so a 95 average, 4 out of 7 when it came to the doubles. There's not much not to like about that performance there from John Desmo. Right, we're going to take a short break. When we return, it's going to be the debut of Jeremy Fagg at the Super Series. The Aussie superstar takes on the reigning World Seniors champion, Robert Thornton.
So the last two players to get their campaigns underway in Group A this week include one who has walked 500 miles to be here and another who's travelled even further. No introduction required at all for all-time great of this game, Robert Thornton. But I did catch up with Australia's Jeremy Fagg earlier to learn about him and darts down under. Jeremy, you've come a long way here to play at the MODUS Super Series. Just tell us a little bit about yourself and your career over in Australia.
Yeah, I've been playing for just over 20 years. I started in Townsville, North Queensland, in Australia. Last 4 years I moved down to Brisbane, one of the big cities, so a lot more darts down there, a lot more opportunity to travel. Yeah, I've played representative games for Queensland, played DPA in the Australian side, played a fair few tournaments all out through Australia. Yeah, and just love playing the game.
We're seeing more and more players come over from Australia to compete, both here at the Super Series and in darts in the UK, full stop. How many more potential Simon Whitlocks, Damon Hetters, etc. are there over in Australian darts?
Oh, look, there's a good quality of players over there and some really good young players. So I hope there is definitely another Simon Whitlock or a Damon Hetter. I guess you don't know who's hiding behind the scenes and hasn't even started the game yet. So, you know, things like the MODUS League, we've seen myself and Mal and Ray play. You know, hopefully that inspires one person to join a club and play darts. And you just don't know, they could be an MVG or Phil Taylor.
And you mentioned Raymond Smith. He, of course, came over here and won an entire series. So I'm sure that's an inspiration for you guys to try and follow suit.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Ray did awesome over here. So, you know, any Aussie that comes over, they want to do what he did. And be on the big stage and win big tournaments. So it's a good stepping stone and you get the experience of playing a MODUS.
Thank you very much.
So those are thoughts there of Jeremy Fagg before he gets his Super Series campaign underway. He takes on one of the all-time campaigners here at the Live Lounge in Robert Thornton, the two-time reigning back-to-back World Seniors champion. As for Jeremy, 44-year-old from Brisbane, national singles champion out in Australia, nicknamed Jezza, seen him on the World Series stage a few times. As for the Fawn, well, what he hasn't done, what he hasn't achieved, what we haven't spoken about isn't worth speaking about when it comes to a man of his stature. And I feel like those World Seniors titles has secured a legacy which he deserves within the game.
Yeah, he's absolutely outstanding player and yeah, he's become quite a good friend now, Robert, and the outstanding player in the seniors. I did sort of think there was a couple of introductions
Jeremy
when he played Scott Mitchell.
First.
I just thought he was just
Game
too
on.
fresh, Scott, too much sharp, but Robert proved once again that he's the best senior. But I've been looking forward to this game. Once again, I mean, Jeremy played in a local league event only last Wednesday,
100.
beating Simon Whitlock in the final, so he's clearly in decent form. Reached the last 8 of a challenge tour event, losing to Conan
80.
Whitehead in that game there. So it looks like he's in great form. I thought it was a really nice interview with Chris Murphy with him. And yeah, I think the way his darts have settled in here
140.
could be a very, very interesting week. And he's the guy I sort of chose as maybe someone who could be quite valued for money this week. Just again, it's just another
60.
tough week, Henry, isn't it? I mean, I could have picked half a dozen players there when I was the question, who do you think will reach the final on Saturday night?
Yeah, Jeremy Fagg winning the Portsmouth Darts League event in
100.
Waterlooville. He came with Mal last week. And I was just having a look at the league table and just some of the names that are on there. Simon Whitlock leading it.
100. Jeremy
Mike
Maguire,
Symes, who we've seen, Adam Lipscomb, who we've seen here, Callum Francis, Andy Jenkins. I'll tell you what, we could probably go on for the whole of the next leg talking about it, and we'll talk about some of those names very shortly. But Jeremy here,
42.
well, he's kicked off well, hasn't he? 119 after 12, and Thornton just looking to settle into proceedings.
91.
Yeah, I'm sure
Jeremy
Robert was a
Maguire,
big favourite for this one,
119.
but Jeremy's probably not the guy you probably want to play first. He'd be excited to be here as he looks at treble 20. And for tops, for a delightful 119 and 15 darter.
shot of the
That
first leg,
is
Jeremy
absolutely
Fagg.
superb. Robert Thornton now knows he's in a game.
So this list of
Second leg,
winners in
Robert
this
to
league,
throw
the
first.
rankings after
Game
week
on.
6 and 7. So Whitlock at the top of it, Adam Lipscomb second, Mike Symes third, But Callum Francis, who we've seen here before, Andy Jenkins is 6th on the
45.
list. Then you go down. Luke Little had played in 2 events in this series, won both of them, and is 12th in the rankings by turning up by playing 2 nights. Then you've got Danny Smith, who we've seen here a few times. Even got a guy called Frankie Howard in that particular
91.
list. Steve West on there as well. Franz Roach.
60.
Vyacheslav Sedlak, Owen Bates, Cam Crabtree. They're all on there.
I get the feeling on Wednesday night is when they let the hair down and go to another competition.
Busman's holiday.
Yeah.
100.
This is impressive from Jeremy Fagg. As you list them names right now, I'm just got my eye on him. He looks great. I think that's a shell-shocked
41.
Robert Thornton you've got there. Always tough your first game in Group A on the Monday morning, but when your opponent's pegging 100 average against you and not relenting,
100.
I like him.
Do you think the fact he's been in the country for a week or so, he was watching the action up on the balcony last week. Do you think the fact that he's been around the building, he knows what it's about before he's walked through, that actually that may have helped him?
Yeah, and he's great friends with someone like Tony David, and where you sort of use them as like mentors, people who've been there and done it, and he's really serious about this event. He's travelled down, and he's got Mal with him, he's going to local tournaments, he's just fresh from the challenge tour, 4 days.
Jeremy require
I think he's come in
114.
perfect form, and someone we can't write off. And with the success of Raymond Smith as he looks at a fat 14, can he hit tops again with 1 dart?
94. Robert require 158.
Yeah, you'll hear Robert Thornton, won't we, Henry? He's one of them players where even before the dart goes in the board, you can usually tell if it's in or out.
82.
And Jeremy Fagg,
Jeremy
we've
require 20.
waxed lyrical about him so far. You'll want to put this to bed, because double five's not a gimme. That's the perfect marker, though. And boy, do I like that last dart. Really sensible dart. He just wired the double 10. But sometimes when you can really attack that double five, you'll drop low.
Third leg, Jeremy.
That little bit of anxiety in your arm, that little bit of tension. But he sort of used that first dart. Let's go big first, give myself a marker, and just fed off that. He'd be absolutely delighted to be 2-0 up at this stage. And pinging 180s for fun.
His first time on the Super Series stage, and he looks and feels at home. But maybe he's awoken the beast that is Robert Thornton.
21.
He's not going to have a debut match 9 yet.
Yeah, the players in the back, they'll be watching thinking, wow, another name, because, when you've got people like Chaz Barstow, Scott Walters, Dom Taylor to sort of come as well this week, maybe, just maybe, there was 1 or 2 names in the group here who were making the debuts where, I should get the better of them. Now he becomes a real contender.
$58.
Perfect.
100.
I think you'd be disappointed with 100. That's the strange game of darts. If your last dart's the treble, you feel so much better about it. You need your treble.
58.
I don't know if I'd have stayed there the way that second dart was sitting. This will be a breaker throw as well. 75. So look at the 17s bed. He leaves a 2-darter.
Jeremy require 148.
148 is a big, big ask. Robert Thornton is beginning to fight back. Is he going to get a chance at this 58? Now, it's been a day of missed big numbers.
58.
Fundamentally, hit your big number. Wowzer.
18.
Yep, there's a nod. Angry, steaming.
48.
But you're not the only one, Robert, this morning.
Oh, Robert. Oh, yes. It's a 3-0 lead for the debutant Jeremy Fagg. And what a good day it's turning out to be for some of the debutants thus far.
Fourth leg, Robert to throw first.
So let me put you in the mind of Robert Thornton now. Fuming. 2-0 down. You need to break your opponent a couple of
100.
times. You put yourself in a perfect position. 58 is meat and drink for Robert Thornton because he's absolutely sensational on tops and tens. He was probably already thinking in his mind, right, let me break me. Let's hold my own
100.
after this one. I'm back at 2-2. And then you hit a big 4 going for an 18. You have to say, with that anger inside you now, you can only see one winner in this game. But
100.
sometimes when you've got that blood thrown through your body, you begin to relax a little bit more. And for Jeremy Fagg, he's possibly thinking, this is a bit of a free roll, this leg, because in the last 3 legs,
60.
I would have my darts.
$140.
I just beginning to see positives now for Robert. It was a surprisingly slow start. His averages are just getting up to Jeremy's right now.
100.
It's not over yet,
Robert
but you'd have to say the
161.
Australian is a big, big favourite.
57.
A little bit of breathing room in this leg, but comes up dry there. Means it's going to be 3 dart combination as opposed to a 2. But for once,
100. Robert Jeremiah.
Jeremy's not on his toes, but he's left to finish. He's got to find a way around that level 18. He couldn't, so he decided to go for the bullseye.
68.
And so that
Jeremy
leaves himself on
141.
double 18. Should he return?
What a shot this would be.
$109.
Fantastic setup. Put some pressure on this 36.
Game shot
Pressure. What pressure? Where were you 5 minutes ago, he's saying to himself. He's probably resigned to losing this game, knowing Robert. But I tell you what, he can still be very, very dangerous. The only thing that sways it for me, despite the fact it's 3-1, is the fact that Jeremy will have darts 2 more times in this match, if required. But what a lovely second dart that is.
100.
And that 100, Henry, that makes your opponent then need a 140.
Who needs a 140 when you get a max?
180.
You think we've done this before? What I like, though, Henry, is not panicking.
96.
All of a sudden, it's all about Robert Thornton, but I'm not seeing any distress in Jeremy Fagg.
140.
180, 140 from Thornton. This is beginning to warm up very nicely.
Thornton's warming to the task, and for a minute then I thought we were going to get a second rendition of the Witch Doctor from Glendowen on a 9-darter in the commentary box.
I'm no more ooh-ah, ooh-ah. This is lovely. I like the bull on the last dart, but when you can hit treble 20s like that, 180, 140, 140, it's such a great feeling.
90. Robert Jeremiah 41.
3-2, and to really turn this game on its head. For 12. Excellent from Robert Thornton, and he's beginning to turn the screw. Jeremy has been, well, he's been streamlined consistent throughout, but Thornton is just beginning to up the level a little bit, and maybe a couple of warning signs and warning lights might be entering the mind of Jeremy Fagg right now.
Yeah, I'm just keeping my eye on Jeremy there, and he's, like I said, he's not showing any signs, but you want to now put this game to a bit of 3-0 lead
45.
and to lose again. But one thing you do want to hear is 45, because you feel like you've got the darts twice now, especially after that first dart.
83.
He won't be happy with that, not after that beautiful first dart. And you know what that means. Thornton is in the mood right now.
81.
But similar to Jeremy, the frustration will be there with that slide into the 1. A couple treble visit here would be just what the doctor ordered.
And when you have a player as enigmatic
58.
as Robert Thornton is, you can't think that he's been put away, because at any moment he can put on a spurt, he can put on a blitz, a little bit like this, and he can take the game away from you when you think you've got it won.
But his demeanour, Henry, will sometimes think that he's given up. I think it's a real attribute for him, the fact that He's telling a totally different story, because you're
100.
absolutely right. He's never beaten. But he'll throw his arms about his shoulders, he'll go down, he'll be talking the way you can hear him, and you think you've got him. He probably doesn't even realise he does it.
140.
All of a sudden, is he favourite for this match?
You'd have to say yes at the minute, because Jeremy hasn't deviated. However,
58.
Thornton has really
Robert O'Quire,
inclined.
95.
Really inclined since going 3-0 down. Double 19. Jeremy's not on a finish.
Game shot on the
Not
sixth
that it
leg,
matters for
Robert
Thornton. That's a 15 on the back of the 12 in the previous leg. And from 3-0 down, he brings it back to 3 apiece. Legs of 16,
final leg,
12
Jeremy to
and
throw
15
first.
have turned the screw
Game
in
on.
this game. And so Jeremy Fagg now with the darts in his debut match to win. However, he knows that Robert Thornton is breathing down his neck.
96.
That's okay, 96. But he won't want to see that first dart, because when that one goes in like that, it usually means one thing.
100.
From absolute nowhere, Robert Thornton has got this game by the scruff of the neck and is demonstrating why he's the two-time World Seniors champion. A resume, CV to
43.
rival some of the great players. Something we'll talk about this week. You forget how good Robert Thornton was as a PDC player and is as a World Senior.
And the key towards Thornton turning things around in this
47.
game is in the last few legs. Since going 3-0 down, he's had 7 two-treble visits or more. Whereas for Jeremy, and we can see it here on the scoring power pack, the abundancy of his
58.
scoring has been in that ton-plus column. Whereas with Thornton, it's been 6 and 2 in the 140 pluses.
136.
Only one winner now, you feel. This has been absolutely outstanding. It'll feel like a 4-pointer this for Robert Thornton, because they're 3-0 down, missing big numbers like going for a 58.
119. Robert O'Quire,
He's
138.
probably resigned to defeat. He's got 6 darts and 138. 1 treble here.
50.
Like the last dart. Very sensible. It's going to give him a dart at tops minimum, you would think. And for Jeremy Fagg, he needs a treble here. Desperately.
45. Robert O'Quire, 80.
Was that moment key? But a fat 20. A 1 dart at tops for the match.
60.
Just below. And again, he does that
Jeremy
because I
O'Quire,
think when that let go of his hand,
140.
Henry, he thought that was in.
So it's not going to go for the match. And so from 3-0 down, Robert Thornton has 3 darts in his hand, a double 10 to
60.
seal a turnaround
Robert
victory.
O'Quire, 20.
Sometimes it's about tenacity,
Okay,
and that's
shot.
exactly
And
what
the match,
Robert Thornton's
Robert
about. From
Thornton.
3-0 down, Robert Thornton takes a big 2 points for a 4-3 win over the dejected-looking Jeremy Fagg. Will be thinking, what have I just done? The tail of the tape tells you that Robert Thornton just got better and better as the match went on. Just shy of the 93 average, 50% on the outer ring. A superb performance from the Scot. For Jeremy Fagg, that could be just a tough one to take. Next up, Mike Warburton against John Desmarais.
So 3 games down and wins so far for Mark Burley, Robert Thornton and John Desremo, who whitewashed his fellow Belgian Sven Verdonk in his first match here at the Super Series. Welshman Warburton, who was competing in Champions Week of Series 3 just 10 days ago, is trying to get back there again, but lost his opener to Mark Barilli earlier on today. A double for Desremo or a first win of Week 2 for Warby. Here are Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant with commentary on Match 4.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, round down. So it is seconds out, round 2 here at the Super Series. And for John Desremo, what a debut performance that was. 95.43. 4 out of 7 when it came to the doubles. He gave Sven Verdonk just the solitary dart a double. That was how dominant he was in that performance. For Mike Warburton, there was signs, 89.59 average. 3 out of 7 when it came to the doubles. But it'll be trying just to tie things up at crucial moments. Maybe that was a difference in that game against Mark Barilli.
Yeah, there'll be frustration for Warburton
First
because
leg,
it was a
Mike
game
to
where he could have,
Rovers.
should have.
Game on.
Whereas Desmond was just absolutely outstanding. He'd be walking on air right now. But the thing of the MODUS Super Series, one win doesn't get you anything. You know, gives you a platform, it gives you a foundation. You're just on to the next game.
40.
Totally different types of releases here. One so smooth, one so jabby.
60.
Yeah, the balance of his dart for John looks really good. I think he's in a real good space right now. And like I said, for Mike Warburton, he won't panic. People who have been here and, you know, not only won a group, they've won the week. You know, it's a nice feeling. You know how to win it.
100.
You know how to do it. And for John, he'll just be loving the moment right now and just managing that.
43.
However, how many times do we say it here at the Super Series where a player can get out the blocks quite quickly, but then when it comes to the second game, maybe the reality of things can begin to set in.
Yeah, it's what you do in
60.
between games. We've talked about it's a long morning. You know, John and Sven and Jeremy might, you know, realise tomorrow to take an energy bar and, you know, some water in there to make sure they're
59.
rehydrated at all times.
So, game 4 of our day, Warburton against Desremo. Let's have a little chat about the first round of fixtures. We'll head back into the commentary box. Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant here. I think we're now ready to go again. Just a slight technical hitch. Apologies about that.
Yeah, sometimes that delay can be frustrating for players, but
60.
just part and parcel of what goes on. But you can see Mike there just frustrated because he knows he's thrown straight, which is a bizarre thing to say. You know, he'll be feeling fairly good about himself.
34.
And I think
Mike
you're
Require
absolutely spot on when you
141.
said that. For John Desmond, you can be on such a high and reality can kick in very quickly. Again, he's hit the bull going for 25s.
105.
This time, it's absolutely perfect. And all John can do is put pressure on that 36. And he's doing exactly that.
125.
Now that will make Warburton
Mike
think.
Require 36.
And he'll want to put this leg to bed. A double he likes, and
Game
a double
of the first
he
leg,
hits.
Mike Warburton.
Great open. Another 16 darter seems to be a real theme of this morning so far. So many of them being hit. And for John
Second leg, John
Desmond,
to
reality
throw
maybe
first.
starts kicking
Game
in
on.
now because that first game went absolutely to plan.
We can go from one way to the
58.
other way. Everything can go so right and then can go so wrong. And then it's trying to react to those particular moments.
59. $100.
This is a good start from John Desmond. He's looking good. He's looking composed. He's looking happy. There's that elegant, beautiful throw. But what I want you to look at there, when he pulls the dart back virtually to his face.
100.
Look at the difference here with John, where he starts exactly like Mike, but a little jab, nowhere near that flight as to his face, not even close. So once again, just
81.
focus on the smooth. When I talk about players being silky smooth, the side view. Watch that flight right to his cheek. It's been hidden there by his cheek. Absolutely elegant. That's the point I'm trying to get across of how straight he can be. It's like the tick-tock of a clock. Whereas John, there's not a hint of a pullback. It's just all, look at his wrist. His wrist is bending. He's all fingers and wrist.
28.
A real flicker of a dart. And that's, you know, no two dart players are exactly the same, but that's the point I'm trying to get across of why I say so many nice things about that guy in your picture there.
Every dart's an
100.
individual event.
John Uruguay 134.
May look at the 17s. That seems to be the real featured way of going now for players. You want to set it up.
48.
No, we won't be too
Mike
happy with that.
Uruguay
You've got to think that Mike
102.
Warburton has a real opportunity to break now. So 1 or 2, he's, like I say, he'll stay straight. So his options, bollard up treble 14. What a dart that is for tops. And what
Game
a
shot
finish
second,
that is, Mike
Mike
Warburton.
Warburton.
That is absolutely beautiful. A 16 darter, a 15 darter, 100+ finish. Any worries about that first
Third
game
leg
lingering in
Mike
his
to
mind?
throw first.
For me, has been put to bed straight
Game on.
away.
And Warburton just has this nailed down consistency where his worst game will be around about an 84,
100.
85.
So, if that's the case, then what he needs to be working on then is them tons that he's hitting, 13 or 14 in the first game. How then does he turn them
100.
into 140s? And how does he turn the 140s into 180s, into the greats like the Prices, the Peter Wrights of this world? It's nice. The tons are beautiful, and we'll get him so far. He's a very, very talented man.
100.
But once again, ton. So if you're being critical now, or more forward thinking, continuous improvement, all them things about the evolution of a dart player, how
60.
now does he then start taking that to 140s and 180s? That's what he should be his practice routine should be around.
Did COVID come at a bad time for Mike Warburton because he won the Welsh Open, made the semi-finals of the
60.
World Masters, and then darts outside the PDT system effectively stopped?
Yeah, I mean, we had Wesley Harms here last week who didn't pick a dart up for how long?
100.
Professional dart. You know, many players got better because they loved the fact they were playing online darts, etc. But I guess only Mike will know how hard-working he is. He's a hard-working man away from darts. So how much practice and how much
100.
is that his natural talent, natural ability that he's demonstrating on your picture there. Just get the feeling when John Desmer, he absolutely loves the game of darts, don't you? That's what you just get the feeling of watching him there.
141.
Kid in a sweet shop right now as well, but looks at 141.
Should have pretended it was a 9, shouldn't we?
You just want to hear aha again, don't you?
145.
Very similar. You'll start with the treble 20, and there's that flick. So when you don't get that flick right, the tendencies of going low, but he's done second
125.
best.
Mike Uruguay 36.
But Mike's already hit this double 18 already in this match, and he hit it sweet as a nut. That's the perfect marker. Big dart in this game.
No score.
John Desmo was never in this match.
John Uruguay
And that
20.
1-2-5 setup and that miss from Warburton in a best of 7 can be all the
Game John the
difference.
third leg,
Now is
John
the end
Desmond.
result of this match where John Desmond kicks in. Because Mike Warburton has had his chance there. Will he come back and regret that
Third leg
miss?
John to throw first.
It has to be said,
Game
all 3 of those darts were on the wire and were bending it. That's actually John Desimo's worst leg of the day, that 17. That's how well he played in that
100.
opening match against Sven Verdonk. We're going to see a couple of games' time against Jeremy Fagwell, but Thornton against Mark Barilli follows this one.
60.
And don't forget we're on social media at MSS Darts. Give us a follow. Get us some questions. Anything that you want to talk
84.
about. Any thoughts of who's going to win. Your thoughts of last week. We're happy to sort of debate anything as the guys are playing up here. It's always better with your interaction. Even better if you're here Saturday night.
140.
Do you know what you do, Glenn?
That's what's called timing with the Anton deck of darts in here.
One's got the northeast twang. Scan
60.
the tungsten T-Rex. And it is a very unique atmosphere here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. How good was it a couple of weeks ago? It was absolutely bowsy. I couldn't hear Chris Mason speak.
100.
Yeah, it was fantastic. The create, that's what it's about when that crowd's here Saturday night, and the players really appreciate it as well. So, and it's free. Small booking charge of £1. Scan the T-Rex, and you'll see darts like that.
Need to get the mascot sorted. The tungsten T-Rex mascot.
I'm not wearing it. Premier League champion me once, but
139.
never talk about
You
it.
only require 77.
Look at the 19s. Just another tail, but this time it's double 5.
67.
There's a little bit of frustration, a little
Mike,
bit of
you require
composure maybe
62.
there. And 62. After missing 36, this one would hurt. He's only going to get one dart at a double. And that dart is double 16. And that
Game
is
shot of
what
the
it's
fourth
all
leg,
about.
Mike
The frustration
Warburton.
inside you as you go for that 62. You're still thinking of that 36. So he's thinking, well, if I hit this 62, that evens out that miss of 36.
Fifth leg, Mike.
And not
to
only did it go in for
Rovers.
me, it just looks so sweet.
on.
I think Warby's here to do some damage this week.
And there could have been a feeling of the game passing in by there, Mike Warburton, if John Desmo managed to convert that double 5 off the back
60.
of the 77. 2-0 up, had 3 darts of 3-0. They came and went. If Desmo brought it back to 2-2, he may have had that feeling of, here we go again. But 3-1 up, throwing for the match. But he came up dry in his first visit, which has just kind of given Desmo a little bit of an opening of the door against the darts.
$100.
Yeah, how many times did he score the 100 last time? And on the power pack, just look at that. Another 1200s in this game. He's just a ton machine today.
100.
26 so far today.
He's in again. His scoring today has been outstanding. Once again, averaging over 90. He was just shy of that 90 mark in
100.
his defeat in the first game. A lot of similarities, but this time he's just beginning to peg his doubles in, which is good. But this
140.
Belgian is going nowhere.
The killer bee is hoping that there's a sting in the tail.
140.
What would you rather be, or a wasp?
161.
That's 161. Just slides into that treble 5, but this is great setup play. You'd be
91.
happy with that.
Mike, you require 101.
So it'd be a great way to end a lovely performance from Mike Warburton. And all he can do, and there's the frustration because he's feeling good. If you're wondering what the
49.
Elvis
John, you
lip was
require
all about,
70.
and for John Desmond, this has to go.
Hail Mary time. Tops.
Game shot on the fifth
How
leg.
good is he when he
John Desremo.
is one dart in hand?
And Mike Warburton will be thinking, here we go again. He lost the game 4-3
Sixth
in a
leg,
match
John
that
to
had that
Throford.
seesaw, that up and down.
Game on.
And right now he's just thinking, I just want to get up the stage with 2 points, and your opponent just pings the tops when
60.
you've been the better player. But you say that there's nothing in the averages. I just think sometimes he's just so good on the eye, you think he's dictating the match, but there's nothing in it.
60.
15 dart. That's pretty much where Desmo's range has been today. He hasn't won a leg above 17 so far.
60.
What you're basically saying to your opponent is, when you're finishing legs in that kind of range, is if you're going to slip up, I'm going to mop up.
Yeah, and a lot of these players practice where
100.
you're winning 18 darts with your darts and 15 against your darts. You know, that's a real practice routine many players have. So he could have that in his mind.
100.
We'll have the darts in the last leg, but he won't want to go to 3-3 again with Warburton. He's 60 behind here. And if he goes without a treble
60.
again, you've got to say it's advantage to the Belgium. This match is in the balance.
41.
As the balance swung, or even swung.
Is that a northeast thing, Glenn?
I swung out. I could have got away with that, couldn't I? And just said it was a northeast thing.
60.
I don't know, mate. That sounds a bit dodgy.
Just a little bit sloppy all of a
46.
sudden from the Belgian. And that's what Mike Warburton's doing there. He's thinking, my last 2 scores are 60. You know, 3 times in the last 4 times, I've only scored 60. I'm getting opportunities, and now that's where I want to be.
140.
Now I've taken control of the leg. And George Desmoreau's thinking, my 41 and 46s are not good enough. I have to do something on this 194. And it's exactly what he's doing as he looks at treble 18. Now all of a sudden this 81 becomes
Like
very
Uruguay,
difficult.
81.
And potentially a last start at the bull.
And suddenly it feels like Warburton's on the back foot. It's going to be a dart at the bull for the match for Mike Warburton.
Shot
And he gets
and the
it.
match,
And he
Mike
beats John
Warburton.
Desimo by 4 legs to 2. And Warburton, pumped up as ever, is here to compete, is here to win, and to get back to Champions Week like he did last time out. Averages of 89 now, followed by a 90. 4 out of 7 on the doubles, a 102 high checkout. This is really solid stuff from Mike Warburton. As for John Desimo, he had an 87.6, 2 out of 4 on the doubles. These two could be some key players and contenders in this Group A, that is for sure. Well, we're going to take a short break. When we return, the ultimate contender, Robert Thornton in action, up against Mark Barilli.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yeah, all about getting to finals night on Saturday. You can book your tickets. The players trying to book theirs as well. 1-1 from this Group A, and it's looking like it's going to be a competitive group as well. Only Sven Verdonk really beaten heavily when he lost to John Desrimo. Desrimo in turn beaten by Mike Warburton in the previous match. But now it's a battle between the two Scottish slingers, Robert Thornton and Mark Barilli, going head-to-head, both winning their opening game. So for one of them, it will be a perfect start. But with all the ticketing news and commentary on this match, Henry Deacon, and he's got that dinosaur in the commentary box with him. Might get his tungsten T-Rex out as well.
Not very nice, Chris. I was just about to say nice things about you there as well. So my tungsten T-Rex is staying exactly in that position. You say it's a very competitive Group A. I just have the feeling, Henry, that Robert Thornton could make him that 3-0 down to then suddenly be played 2-1-2 if he gets through the match with Mark Barilli. I think it'll be a tough catch, even saying that so early on Monday.
First leg, Robert.
I think it could have been an extremely competitive competition if Thornton started slowly this week. That was my sort of early assessment. And, you know, already he's found the treble 20 bed. As if he was listening to everything I was saying there. I just think he is the class act right now. He knows how to get to Saturday night. And I think his aim this week is to just correct a couple of things on Saturday night. He's looking quite good.
He is Super Series street smart, Robert Thornton. He knows every single little intricacy about this format. And he will know better than anyone. You want to get a good foundation today. But nothing is sealed after day one. Just ask Moreno Blom, losing 4 games last week in Group A in a row, the first 4. Then he went on to seal success.
Yeah, it was a fabulous Wednesday. I was watching, obviously, from afar, travelling to Germany, and just to sort of see what was happening. Then that insane ending where, you know, Wesley Harms just needed that one leg.
Robert require 146.
But right now, Robert Thornton is looking at the 146. And that's the kind of demeanour you'll feed off that thinking. 44. He's not feeling it. And that's a dangerous thing to do. And Jeremy Fagg will probably be thinking exactly that.
99. Robert require 102.
Can still do it with treble 19. Very similar to the first match. His first leg, he just didn't seem to beat the racers too much.
46.
He's a chance for Brett if he's going to win this game.
50.
Another very obvious thing to say, but he's got to be hitting his doubles.
Game shot on the first leg.
That will feel nice because the first one was just a bit of a loosener, a bit of a marker. It's nice for someone like Mark Barilli. He's openly admitted that the MODUS Super Series is great. He's not playing county or Super League right now. He's just going out on a Tuesday night in the Green Oak, his local. But he has got his eyes on Lakeside in December. And he's just trying to plan a route, a journey that he peaks in December for the opportunity to be the WDF World Champion.
You know, Duff, the defending champion of that particular competition. Well, we're just getting a little bit excited for a second.
140.
Couple of shouts you've had for 9 darters the past couple of weeks since I've last been here. I have to say, it wouldn't be right if we didn't talk about Luke Littler as well. I mean, just watching from home 13. And 16-year-old and the audacity of some of the shots he was going for, the bull 11 bull, etc. And Littler is just getting bigger and bigger.
100.
It was the way he lit up that room. And there's certain people in certain sports, and I kind of liken it to Ronnie O'Sullivan in snooker, that he had this way of just lighting up a room that only an enigmatic generational talent like Luke Littler can.
It was special, and right now, Mark Borelli is feeling special, averaging
80
in this very early stage of match over 106. And this tops, if he can ping. You don't want to give Thornton any sniff. And once again, with his last start in super quick time, the Battle of the Scots, the headline act was Robert Thornton.
Third leg, Robert to throw first.
But it's Mark Borelli that leads 2-0. Great start. And he keeps looking at his finger. Just remember, he cut his finger, a couple of layers of skin, which he's been sort of worked with. And
30.
Might seem nothing to some, but when you're not holding your dart or feeling the dart correctly, it can be a very strange way of throwing a dart. So I'll keep an eye on that over the week.
47.
Like a Rolls Royce. There you go, Robert.
Easy.
That's how it's done. His second of the match. Almost as well teasing as to say, well, that's how it's done.
100.
That's how we do it. Since we've seen Robert last
85
at the Super Series, he went on to play at the Champion of Champions event. I know that you were in the commentary box for that particular event.
94.
Lost out in the opening round to Richie Howson, who we've seen here so many times.
Yeah, sometimes you look at the head-to-head between these players, you think you're expecting to see 9 or 10 times. I remember being in Bridlington, they were just opposite each other, like maybe the next board, and Robert Thornton was playing some of the best darts. Them inspirational moments where you're watching players and thinking, that's what I want to do. And I thought these had crossed paths many times, but only on the records, only once.
74.
Thornton misses double 16 in a Players' Championships. That was 6-5. This one could be a close one, but Robert Thornton's left double 16. It's not his favourite double.
121.
And, there's some pressure on it.
32.
Widens the bed. Oh, that's awkward. And now he's throwing probably about 8 foot.
No score.
Yeah, like I said, it's just that double. I was very similar with double 10. I hated it. And Mark Borelli, who's had the... Is it tops with his last dart twice already, but only needs it with his first dart here. And Robert Thornton, exactly the same as the first match he played, where he was 3-0 down, waving his hands up. Robert, what's going on? But that's very, very dangerous. Mark Borelli must stay in the zone and learn from what Jeremy Fagg did wrong.
126.
Usually we only see the 3-0 turnaround once in a week. Thornton's going to do it twice in 2 matches. But how good has Mark Borelli been in this game? 97.74 average. Solitary max. Not looked like missing really, has he?
76.
No, he's looking good, and I hear like the fact that we ain't talking about him in this list of players like Robert Thornton's. He's the type of personality. Yeah, you just concentrate on them, and I'll just do my thing. But in a couple of minutes' time, he could be top of the table very early with 2 wins out of 2. And with Robert Thornton out the way, you'd be thinking the other players in this group, I can take on and beat them.
$45. 44.
Yeah, and there's the first time. His last 9 darts, 76, 59, 44. And sometimes when you see the winning line,
60.
You just get a little bit ahead of yourself. Mark Borelli's a very experienced player. Played at the very highest level in the amateur game. He's just nodding his head saying, yeah, that's where you are. That's where you're meant to be. Do as you're told. Robert Thornton is just nowhere near his best right now. And Borelli has to capitalise.
46.
He's 96 points away from a big, big victory. You'll stay there. for double 8. And that is a
John
solid
Mercury.
performance. He shakes his head, where I can promise you'll be absolutely delighted for 2 reasons. 1, to beat the fantastic Robert Thornton, and 2, a big statement, a 4-0 victory, averaging over 90, just shy of 93. Very good on the outer ring again. Mark Borelli was not getting the headlines, but he certainly started off with real aplomb, and that was fantastic dart. For Robert Thornton, that's a bit of a head-scratcher. It's the next game up, 2 players on 0 points, so big game for these 2. It's Jeremy Fagg against Sven Verdonk.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are in week 2 of Series 4 and are about to play the final game in our second run of round-robin matches. It features the only 2 players in Group A yet to pick up a win. Sven Verdonk yet to pick up a leg, losing 4 straight against fellow Belgian John Desremer, while Jeremy Fagg also lost 4 on the spin after leading Robert Thornton 3-0. Whose O is about to go? Let's find out in the company of Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, my assessment was Sven Verdonk didn't win a leg, but I don't think he'll have gone back to the players' area too disappointed. I thought, knowing Sven like I do, you know, like I said, that throw hasn't changed an awful lot. And at times he looked all right. Just there was part of the fact that John Desmond just played really well. And for Jeremy Fagg, he'll be desperate to get 2 points because he should have 2 points on the board. A 3-0 lead against Robert Thornton. You think there's only one winner. So, like I said, an interesting one, but it means that everybody has the chance of getting it to 2 points. And the person who sat on 0 after the 2 games, that's when you begin to panic a little bit. So, a big game for both players.
Huge game, because even at this point, You don't want to be the only player that hasn't picked something up as of yet, because you feel even at this early stage you're on the back foot and you're going to be chasing, and chasing can be a chastening experience.
First leg, Sven to
Well, we've got the
Rovers.
tungsten T-Rex, and now we've got the crocodile. That's Danny McNamara. And he's being joined by a fox as well.
Well, my next point was I was going to talk about the times I've played Sven Verdonk and the type of difficulty I've had against him, and realise I've never played him.
45.
I'm surprised at that. I just feel like he's one of them players because he was on the circuit same time as me. He was in the top 16. You know, just surprised I've never crossed swords with him. I was with the greatest this weekend.
44.
Colin Lloyd. Phil Taylor. I was leading him 3-0, Henry. And lost 4-3.
140.
I asked him, I said, when you come into the MODUS Super Series, and he said he would. But for him to get 15 games in over 3 days, it's just something that he'd have to look at his fitness, and I think he's getting a new hip and everything.
100.
But he watches, He watches.
My advice to any player in a situation where they want to get themselves back in is don't do it half-baked, half-cooked, because this is, for me, the toughest format in darts, because you are on and off, constantly playing, constantly coming off, then having to go back day by day by day. You've got to be 100% fit, ready in both the mind and both the body to play to your full potential here.
Yep. Not one bit of argument as Jeremy will want to set this 176. Even a ton's a really nice setup play here. So treble is a must. They're awkward.
100.
That is a stunning last start.
117.
For a 15 dart. The one thing about 117 is just the one treble. There's that real delay on the first one as he trying to... Yeah, I think what's happening, I've seen it on his practice darts, he's going to do the pullback and his darts have just gone off at an angle. That'll be the first bit of disappointment because, like I said, even though he's still legless 39. At the moment...
Jeremy requires 76.
He's actually thrown fairly nice, but for Fag, he'll want to get this one put in. That'll be disappointing. Now he has to go 11 bull, and all he's doing there is thinking, will 25 double 18, but... based on the circumstances. But as today's gone so far, the missed darts at doubles at the big
36.
numbers is just
then you require 78.
Frustrating. And one bit of advice, don't miss the 18, Sven. Hit the treble. Perfection. For 2 darts at double 12 for his first leg of the day.
66.
And they're a long, long way
Jeremy
off.
require 40.
So for the break, double 10. Chasing 5, big dart incoming.
35.
But he's not up to the task, and so Verdonk is back for his first leg
12.
of the day. Double 6 is what he wants.
Yeah, right in the centre of the board. A left-hander, quite like that double 6. That could have gone into the 13s there, as you're thinking. I'm sure there's a bit of a shake on the hand as well.
9.
It could be a long day for Sven Verdonk after seeing them last 6 darts. And for Jeremy, just hit your big number. That's right in the centre for 2 darts at double 2. Madhouse.
No score. Check, sorry, 3. Sven, you require 3.
1 for double 1 for Verdonk. Can't go no further.
No
but he
score.
goes the other side.
Jeremy
6 missed
2.
darts A double in the opening leg.
No score.
This is like a Glendavan leg.
Then you require 3.
Wow. Would you ever like it? Yeah, and the frustration's evident, but all you want to do right now.
1.
It's tough. It is really
Jeremy, you
tough.
require
Even
2.
Bolton, you get embarrassed. You know, that's the difficulty, but the point is you can go 1-0 up. It's a fight with a mind. This is very, very difficult to hit. And then you're thinking, everything I do is just hitting the wires and that.
First leg,
And a
Jeremy
couple of
Fay.
deflections off 2 darts, you've just got to put that to bed. And them fake smiles are exactly that, because the frustration is evident. And Sven Verdonk's just there. He's looking away now, and just don't show your player that it could be a tough, tough match for the rest of them now.
Well, we saw last week we had a similar scenario. David Evans, that 35
80.
dart leg, and then was spun with a 1-4-1 checkout in the next.
But that's darts, isn't it?
100.
It was like a Glen Durrant leg, actually. 5 minutes that leg took. Just before you crack that one.
Then Verdonk is
45.
currently legless.
Yeah, he's, like I said, you just wanted me. Like I said, in that first game, even though he was legless, he looked okay. He looked good. There's been some worrying signs in this sort of match now, but sometimes
140.
when you have a leg like the previous one, like the David Evans, the 1-4-1, your body relaxes. And that's what both players be thinking. It's just a case of putting average. Forget averages in this match now.
99.
Now it's just getting to them 2 points. But that's your brain. Your brain's telling you, my God, my average is going to be awful. My friends are going to be watching. It's a horrible up there. I remember averaging 58.02 in a Grand Prix against Jose de Souza. And I was embarrassed.
100.
It's just the most terrible, lonely feeling up there. And that's why I hate averages. You know, in the day I grew, you either won or you lost.
96.
Towards the end of a
Then you require
game like that, are you just hoping that the ground begins to swallow you up because it feels like it can't get any worse?
And you know what you've just said there, what's toughest is, you know, they've got 3 more games to come. So the loser of this game, you know, you come off in the average in the 60s, say.
65.
I've got 3 more games. And the only analogy, the only sort of parallel I can give is when I was losing heavily in the Premier League, and it was them all in a week where I played 5 players Monday to Friday because we were behind closed doors.
100.
And I remember losing to Dimitri 6 or
96.
7-0, thinking, I've got Van Gerwen tomorrow. So it's very difficult, so I can totally get how, you know, the players will be feeling when it's not going right. I think for Jeremy, he's demonstrated his qualities already today. I think he'll put this game to bed. For Sven, if he lost this match, could be a long day, long week. All you can do is set up this 96. And that's the problem when you're very
56.
methodical, very
Jeremy
slow.
Maguire,
Your
81.
mind is ticking all the time. And this is typical of darts, that he pings this with 1 dart.
69.
The trials and tribulations of the outer ring
Maguire,
continues in this
40.
match. And for his first leg of the day, Sven Verdonk needs to put this to bed for a 16-darter.
It's a plonk for Verdonk, and we're level at 1 apiece.
A plonk for Verdonk.
Third leg Sven to throw first.
I've gone too early with that,
Game
haven't
on.
I?
Yeah.
The fact that Jeremy's got Mal with him
43.
this week, and the fact that they've been in that position and they swapped it round, can that be a help that you've got someone that's constantly in your corner all the time?
I can answer that as in the fact that our Jamie Durrant, who played here last time, brought his cousin Lewis,
40.
and he was such a big help. When he was winning, he could look up and you can just see those eyes at the back of of the venue there, just a little nod of appreciation, but also when it was a tough day and you go back to the hotel. So, yeah, the answer's pretty
81.
straightforward, that it's a yes. And he's the only person here today. Nobody else has brought a supporter, a family member. So, you know, the only person that's in the building is Mal coming.
134.
Whereas last year, I think pretty much every player brought a guest in. Now allowed a guest in that sit on the balcony and just quietly watch the games, just there to more as a someone that's there that's giving them that support as opposed to anything else.
I think one of the reasons I couldn't play in this event right now is the thousands and thousands of people who'd wanted tickets for the Saturday night. What do you mean I wouldn't get there the Saturday night and read you like a book?
You wouldn't be able to pull as many tickets as David Evans. That would be the issue.
35.
He brought no people but 7 ducks.
They've now got a new leader, and is it the Swans or the Ducks that the King's in charge of?
92.
Save that for the quiz tonight. Doesn't need to go double-double. Yeah, be frustrated because he's looking at the two 16s minimum there. The treble 16 would have left a double.
76.
But he'd be happy with them. Big controls. Sven's a long, long way back.
Much improved leg. And in these kinds of matches, you just need someone to
98.
almost
Jeremy
pull the
requires
plug and restart
16.
the circuit. There's going to be a circuit breaker.
Game shot in the third leg.
Certainly is. It's
Jeremy
2-1 to Jeremy. But what happened is interesting there. You know, when you're playing someone like Sven Verdonk, you're stood behind someone who's so slow. As Jeremy was itching to get to the double.
First. Game on.
I think at this stage of the match that they've now forgotten about leg one. You know, and for Jeremy right now, he's in control. And so Sven, he won't speed up against
92.
anybody, but he needs to look at the rhythm of the game because this first start has taken what feels like an eternity. And so your brain is thinking. And if I was in Sven's corner right now, I'd just be working on that rhythm with the first start because the second and third are a lot quicker.
28.
It's just that first one there, and like I say, that's the problem with players being aimers and those rhythmical players. It's tough when things aren't going right.
97.
And this will be the conclusion of the second round of fixtures here at the Super Series.
60.
After this, Warburton up against Thornton.
Yeah, that's going to be a cracker, that one. Looking forward to that. You feel like Robert Thornton is a man
60.
hurting right now with going 3-0 down twice today. He'll need to come out the traps a little bit quicker against someone like Warby, who I think has been really good this morning.
Best player so far for you in terms of 2 performances back-to-back?
Yeah, I like Borelli in the sense that I think we've spoken
100.
more about the other 5 than Borelli. And it's just nice that he's just putting things to bed. I was concerned, like I said, with the injury to his finger. But I like this guy in your picture right now. It's he started off really well and
82.
he's gone through the trials and tribulations of this match where he missed that, but he hasn't panicked. He hasn't started flinging his arms about. And I think it could be a decent week for Jeremy Fagg this week. I think it could be a long week for the man in your picture.
54. Jeremy require 170.
Doesn't have to go for it, but why not? Why not? Why not? Oh, it wasn't too far away.
What's on the back of the shirt there? Is it? It looks like a frog, is it?
Looks like a crocodile.
Oh, is it a crocodile? I don't like players who have nicknames like Jezza and Muzzer and Duzzer. Just
59.
show some imagination, Jeremy.
Require 25.
Boing, does it, right?
You're so picking on me today, you. The 3-1.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
The Australian is taking firm control of this match right now. Probably a game he won't want to remember, but his average is steadily got up to the 80 mark now after that disastrous first second. Very similar to sort of the early game with where he was 3-0 up against Robert Thornton. You know, to come back and bounce back like Mike Warburton has after a disappointing first game. And there he is, just doing that pretend dart.
95.
Sven Verdonk threw them darts much, much quicker. And if he wants any advice from me, if he's watching back, that first dart has taken way, way too long. And all the negative thoughts are just rushing through his mind. And I would just speed up that first dart from that point there. Because watch the fact he's moved across one, demonstrate what I'm trying to say, because he has to start the process again. But he's having a few issues. He's done that a couple of times there, going to throw the dart and not working. So technically he's got his own issues right now.
100.
And it's looking like he's going to have 2 defeats to his name as well. It's a bit of a disastrous day so far for Sven.
41.
That is, as you can see, definitely a crocodile on the back of the show. Although, I'd be a bit intimidated by a crocodile that smiles, wouldn't you?
And what in the Everglades?
I'll teach you the same trick that I taught Matthew Redger about surviving crocodile attacks, if you like.
Interesting.
Just run sideways.
You learn something every day when you're sat with Henry Deacon.
140.
You see the bullseye come into effect with the last dart here, but he does need a treble with his first 2. Again, he's dropping low so much. He just needs to relax that arm. That tension that's in his arm is the reason a dart will drop low. And there's the Elvis lip again. That's the frustration part of things. Just all very difficult watching him and how you can sense every dart, feel every dart he throws.
Well, he can't go on together with some suspicious darts, that's for sure.
140.
It might be a jailhouse free card for Jeremy Fagg here if he can seal a 4-1 victory.
Oh dear, where have I started? Just don't mention Aberglen. This would be nice. And there again for the 4th or 5th time. Very Nathan Aspinall.
140. Jeremy require 80.
He played fabulous this week. And again, it's just been a morning. Missing darts at big numbers.
Sven, you require 80.
And this is a must hit.
Should be one at tops. It is going to be one at tops.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Gets the dart at tops. But Jeremy Fagg now does have the darts for the match. However, that Hail Mary effort just says a lot about the never say die attitude of Sven Verdonk.
And for Jeremy, 3-0 lead in the first game, 3-1 lead here. And that's the thought he has to forget.
131.
And then thoughts are forgotten straight away. That beautiful 2 treble visit. It's perfect. And sometimes a little bit of body movement from Sven is his best. And look at him moving across with the dart. Timing of them darts look just totally different to any dart he's thrown in this match. And Jeremy Fagg probably thought, I've done enough already now with that 1-3-1 because my opponent's not scoring heavily.
82.
And then you look up to see a max.
The fox is sniffing. Sniffing an opportunity.
Yeah, wouldn't it have been incredible after everything we've talked about? 180, 140. Seems to move backwards as his pullback comes in.
60.
And all of a sudden, Sven Verdonk is right in this match as it enters its 20th minute. And And them kind of games, you just feel Verdonk will be used to the longer games because of his pace. Jeremy will be thinking, I can't believe I've thrown a 3-0 lead and potentially a 3-1 lead. He is fighting with himself in there.
There could be more turnovers today than there is at managers at Watford Football Club.
I know, insane.
100.
Keeps him in the leg.
Then you require 102.
Once again, this 102 is the type of finishes that Sven will have been practicing this morning. Treble 14. It's not the end of the world because the big number leaves a one darter.
62.
And he'll take
Jeremy
that.
require 128.
Treble 18. Is he going to stay there or treble 14? And there's the shake there because it was probably the perfect
88.
marker for his eye line
Then
there.
you require 40.
Sven Verdonk has had a bit of a disaster. Just 20% of his doubles. But he did hit tops earlier to get himself going. There's the flyer. Yeah, he just keeps doing that. It's a worry. So from the fly to below for one dart, a double 10.
20.
Every dart just felt like an effort there.
Jeremy, you require 40.
And Jeremy will absolutely be delighted, and I'll put my reputation on the line and say this goes.
Game, shot.
And go it
and
does.
a
This
match.
Jeremy Faggett was a bit of a grueler, but it's 4-2 to Jeremy Faggett. It's such a disappointing opening game. He'd be delighted to get the 2 points on the board. Sven Verdonk won't want to remind himself of that first leg of that game there, and he had his own trials and tribulations throughout there. But it's the Australian that takes the much needed 2 points. And after the break, there'll be two big hitters in Mike Warburton and Robert Thornton.
Welcome back. 6 games down in Group A. Glenn Durant has come and joined me to assess what's happened so far. We'll start by taking a look at the results of those first 6 games so far and the order of play. The one that stands out for you, probably Robert Thornton coming back from 3-0 down.
Yeah, that was Jeremy Fagg was looking really interesting at that stage, seeing him for the first time. But I thought it's going to be a very competitive group. I think if Robert Thornton came out the traps very quickly on the Monday, he could steamroll the group. But now all of a sudden it's very, very, very interesting. Really, only Sven Verdonk will be the one who's disappointed in the players area. Yeah,
the only player not to get a win so far. So he's sitting at the bottom of the table. We'll take an early look at it. Is he in danger of getting cut adrift?
Because there's technical issues, and I think it'd be quite negative downstairs that I'm beginning to rule Sven out this early. That's the kind of things I'm seeing and knowing him. Nice to see Mark Borelli at the top, a real character, great CV. We didn't talk an awful lot about him. It was, a lot of the talk was about Robert Thornton, and in the Battle of the Scots, it was Mark that come through it.
Obviously, players get the chance to grow into the week. The ones that don't make it, well, the one that doesn't make it through to finals, that will play Thursday and Friday anyway, so there's that opportunity. But some of them have actually come out of the blocks pretty well, haven't they?
Yeah, and someone like Mike Warburton and Robert Thornton in a real blockbuster game coming up as well. They know how to win and how to get through groups and get to Saturday night as well, so really looking forward to this one.
Who's impressed you the most so far?
Surprisingly, Jeremy Fagg. I think he can have a good week. I think that first leg against Verdonk there could have been a real, that could have hurt, but he came through it, and I think he'll kick on from here now.
Well, as Glenn just alluded to, this is a mouth-watering matchup coming next. So without further ado, let's get it underway. It is Thornton against Warburton, and Glenn will join Henry to talk you through it.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, 2 legends of the Super Series going toe-to-toe here in Game 7 as Thornton takes on Warburton. Just a marker of their day. Both a win from their 2 particular matches, but Warburton's been the more consistent of the pair in terms of his performances, where there's hardly any deviation from Game 1 to Game 2. Had 7 darts at double in both of his matches, took 3 in the first, 4 in the second, and the averages 89.59 and 90.25. So after a couple of games, we can begin to feel a couple of trends set in as far as the Welshman is concerned. As for Robert Thornton, well, he came back from 3-0 down and he put on a real spurt towards the end against Jeremy Fagg to win 4-3. However, the start of that game was unrecoverable in his second against Mark Borelli. 92.5 average for Borelli. Thornton losing out in the end with a sub-80 average. So the question is, what Robert Thornton are we going to see in the third game? And can Mike Warburton keep up his consistent path from his first 2 games?
Yeah, looking forward to this one.
28.
Already you feel like the throw's against you now. Well, this is not the Robert Thornton I was expecting.
81.
Looks like it's going to be a very competitive Group H. Struggling to pick a winner already, and surprisingly, when asked the question there, who is the
60.
guy that's impressed me most, many people might be surprised the fact with Jeremy Fagg, but I'm going to stand by the fact that I think he's going to have a very, very good week. I can't underestimate how difficult it is to be a debutant.
60.
It takes time to get used to those surroundings, to get used to the format, and just looking at his throw, etc. I quite liked what I've seen so far. Both players won't like any dart they've thrown in this match so far.
81.
And maybe just that little break, Game 7, maybe 10-minute wait from the previous game there. They were both on the stage very, very early.
45.
And that's good from Warburton, just slowing it down. So basically, starting the match again from here. Let's forget them last 9 darts, and the match starts now.
And it's represented in the bookmakers' odds what you say about it being open. The whole week's open, to be perfectly honest. Usually we'll have a player that lingers right out, drifts right out in the field at around about 40 or 50 to 1. Well, the outside of the group is 3 players for the whole week is 3 players at 22 to 1. That's Sven Verdonk, John Desmo, Mark Borelli. He's the outside at 22 to 1. That could have been the value going into play today, because I don't think you're going to get 22 to 1 going into tomorrow. But elsewhere, Chaz Barter is the 4 to 1 favourite. Thornton and Walters at 5, Warburton 13 to 2, Robinson 9, Dom Taylor at 10 to 1. I think The way he played last time here, that could have been some real
50.
good value.
Mike Require 132.
Throwing his darts away there is Robert. What a dart. Surely he has to stay there. Fat 17 is what he'll be looking at. And just taking his time, just checking with the referee, doing his own counting.
92.
Sets it up nicely. It's been a poor leg, this. Very poor from Robert. I thought it was Luke Litter at the board there for a second.
65. Mike Require 40.
Michael just want to put this away. It's not a leg he'll remember. And there's the marker. My mind is going, don't give Thornton a chance.
Shot of the first leg, Mike
He just moved
Warburton.
across to the left-hand side then, really opened up the left-hand side of the double-top bed there, but yeah, not a leg both of them remember.
leg,
I just
Robert,
have a
to
feeling
throw first.
both of them, Henry,
Game on.
got to the stage just a little bit too early for my liking.
You speak about Luke Littler. Robert Thornton's the reigning World Seniors champion.
45.
Do you realise it's 34 years till Luke Littler is eligible to play in the World Seniors?
Yeah, I just hope he's allowed to progress. I hope he's allowed to
41.
mature. I mean, Leighton Bennett was the guy they were talking about, but all of a sudden he grew an extra foot. You know, his throw changes, and I mean, Luke Littler looks like a fully grown 16-year-old. He looks
85.
very mature. I don't think he's going to be growing as much as. He just needs to be left alone. He's got a, you know, he's with a wonderful dart team around him. But sometimes I sort of look at his social media posts.
140.
You know, that's the era we live in now. But you know, I couldn't help but look at someone like Callan Ridds this weekend, and you know, there's some wonderful support out there right now in
134.
professional and amateur darts. And you know, I really hate social media sometimes, because after a game you think the whole world's ended, and what you do is you pick your phone up and put a message on. My best
100.
advice to any of them is just put your phone away for a few hours. Boring does it.
83.
Just come to the quiz instead.
Yes, reigning champion of the quiz, but I don't think we can make it tonight, can we?
No, it's different format this week, so it's a little bit past our bedtime.
100. Robert Require 154.
No, I think he'll go big here on the upper part of that. And maybe
74.
too big, but it was the right shot, but I don't think that'd have been as aggressive. And we talk about the straightest star player being Warby. He won't like that lie. He'll have to move across to the left again. You'll be disappointed because you feel like
60.
it's a free shot at tops there,
Robert
the 120.
Require 80.
As you never expect Robert Thornton. Wow. Yeah. You don't need commentary right now. Just watch the emotions, the frustrations. He is on the stage there, I promise.
64.
You've been here more than anybody. Have you seen Robert
Mike
Thornton start this
Require
slowly
60.
before?
Not to start a group. Sometimes we may see, if possibly at the end of the group, maybe one or two, but that happens to any player. But Thornton is the
46.
king of
Robert
trying to
Require
stamp
16.
his authority on a group.
As bad as this match has been for him, he's a dart away from 1-1. And that
Game
tells
shot
its
the second
own
leg,
tale for
Robert
me.
Thornton.
And for me, the most disappointing player out the two of them will be Mike Warburton. He'll be thinking, I've got the worst of Robert Thornton here right now,
Third leg, Mike to throw first.
and I'm only 1-1.
Game on.
But Robert Thornton, he's like, what on earth is happening today?
I just feel like so far today,
100.
nothing's really been clicking with the players. That there's been moments, but no one can look at themselves and say, this is
140.
me consistently at my absolute best. Warburton, we thought maybe after the first two games was the consistent performer, but he's deviated in match 3.
One player who did play well on that stage
60.
is tuning in, Raymond Smith. My favourite Twitter page at the moment is Raymond Smith. What a fascinating man he is, actually. Very deep, very knowledgeable.
43.
And I've been reading his tweets an awful lot, especially the mindset of the game, practice routines. You know, my only concern is sometimes you can overthink the game of darts. But yeah, he's definitely my favourite person to sort of read at the moment. And yeah, I urge anyone to check it out. Hope you're doing well, champ.
Our lineal champion. Now he crowned Luke Littler. Obviously,
66.
because of the geographical situation, wasn't able to defend his title. So we'll come back when he does return here to the Super Series as our lineal champion. He's hoping to come back over to the UK around the end of the year. He's playing in both World Championships.
100.
Well, it's a nice feeling, isn't it, playing in both?
He's definitely playing at Lakeside, and you'd imagine he'll probably play at Alexandra Palace.
60. Mike require 101.
Double 16 being his favourite double.
69.
He hit it sweet as a nut on 62 earlier. Thornton is a long, long way back.
119.
I've got a nice format for you for the MODUS Super Series. We'll see how this leg goes.
That's a great format, Glenn.
Game shot on the third leg, Mike Warburton.
2-1 to Warburton. Once again, a game, I think, something Henry alluded to, that none of the players really will be really happy. John Desborough showed real skill early doors before losing to Warburton. But yeah, it's there for the taking. But yeah, how about after 12 winners
100.
of the MODUS Super Ranking Series that we have a champion of champions? That would be amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Henry Deacon's going to put up 250,000 of his own money.
Well, I'm going to have to go busking or something. Have to win the lottery or something.
I think for the players now, it's like winning the lottery.
60.
You know, just watching Luke and then just his post, you know, Raymond Smith when he won, and I was literally on a flight back to Australia 3 hours after winning it. Conan Whitehead still for me is the story of the MODUS Super Series so far. Just
60.
Based on the fact of his, you know, his social media 6 months prior where he was so low. But yeah, it changes lives.
66.
And the only issue with 12 will be we most likely think Littler will get a tour card courtesy either of the development tour if it's not that Q score. Maybe an 8, so you have like maybe a certain amount of winners and then maybe a couple of runners up and you play like a
100.
like an 8-player round robin then knockout format possibly.
Yeah, you had to spoil it, didn't you?
Yeah, I know. Boring Henry.
Yeah, one thing that's being spoiled right now is Robert. He is absolutely hasn't got a clue. I mean, he's a lovely person to watch at, in a sense that he just leaves every emotion on there for you to see. He came here with all the hopes and expectations, and I say expectations because he is playing so well. I like the 19s on the 2-3-1 to start. Part of me's thinking he's just
41. Mike requires 61.
Now Mike has hit the bull a few times going for the green bit. They look at the 10 or the 6. The double 16, no pressure on it.
45.
Just double checks the score and realise he'll be back for 3 darts at double 8. Thornton is way back.
60.
This is not a performance we're used to seeing
Mike
Robert at the
requires
MODUS Super
16.
Series or any competition. Double 8 for Warby.
Now 2 4s.
Game shot on the
3-1. Breaker third coup for Warburton.
Yeah, he just put his third dart into his hand as if he was to throw it. And usually what that means is that when you've let go of it, you're not so sure whether it's in.
Fifth leg, Mike to throw first. Game on.
But the bottom line, it's Mike Warburton 3, Robert Thornton 1. Now Thornton did come back from 3-0 against Jeremy Fagg. He was also 3-0 down in his match against Borelli where he couldn't come back. He can't keep doing it this week, Henry.
140.
Can't afford slow starts in what is such a cutthroat format. The thing is, we know what Robert's like. He will, at some point,
81.
spark into life. And when he has had difficult days here at the Super Series, the next day he turns out to be very dangerous. The last time he was here, he had a difficult day. I think it was the Tuesday in Group A, where he found it a little bit difficult, but then obviously recovered for the end of the week. Made the final, lost out to Matt Clark, who's becoming a bit of a Super Series legend, isn't he?
Super Series superstar. I just caught hold of Sven Verdonk there, and he said it's absolutely beautiful up there, Glenn. He said the set is absolutely fantastic. I used to be a set designer.
43.
But I left without making a scene. Gets no better, I promise you. Stay with us, I'm here all week.
100.
Not even got to lunchtime on Monday.
It's Mike Warburton who'll be looking at the end of the week already. This would put him on 4 points and 2 wins from 3. Will be a real settler. He needs one of his tons. They've been a lot smaller
59.
than the previous games. He isn't doing an awful lot special here, Thornton. If he could just bring a bit of magic, something to the table, he's not out of this match.
100.
One, 3, 4. He should look at the 19s, but he doesn't often deviate, does he, Henry? Just a 20 red will just get peppered
60.
and peppered. Where a
Robert
little bit better board management from
120.
Mike.
Climbing the ladder.
This is from nowhere.
Game shot of the 5th leg.
That's Robert Thornton in 3 darts there. Dare I say he's been awful in this match for the standard of Robert Thornton. And I just, as he walked up to that 120, that's the kind of things, that's the kind of spark he needs. I'd be worried if I was Mike Warburton right now, because he should be putting Robert Thornton to bed the way Robert's playing. Now Robert will kick in now.
140.
As shown in diagram B. That should be on my bingo sheet.
You like waxing lyrical about diagram B?
Yes.
So what happened to diagram A?
100.
It's not on the bingo book.
And Mike Warburton should be on notice here, because this is pretty much the pattern of play in his game against Jeremy Fagg, where he struggled for the first 3 legs, and then he made a comeback charge. He came back to average 92. The average in those last few legs were probably bordering on a ton.
100.
And I think that's what Robert will be thinking about now. He just seems to be coming alive as the game looks like it's already over. Very good on the exhibition. Still very busy is Robert. Exhibition circuit and obviously the World Seniors, which has been well reported. And he comes here match sharp. Has been an indifferent start, but
60.
No one's really taken the bull by the horns.
And just looking at the last couple of legs, and it is akin to the previous
82
leg in the respect that in that game against Jeremy Fagg, it was a pair of 16s, a 15 and a 12, which saw Thornton over the line. He's making a similar kind
60.
of kick here.
Robert require 117.
Yeah, does his tips has gone all the way down the pan. After the first game I'd lost, and I had Warby to hit the most 180s in this game. Never follow does his tips.
79.
When the fun stops, stop, and if you're backing Does' tips, then you should probably stop.
We need that as a tagline, don't we?
I don't think there's enough space.
45. Robert require 38.
I call this a blockbuster game. Been far from it. I just have a funny feeling the last leg's going to be a cracker.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Robert Thornton.
That was an absolute cracker, because I thought the other two sort of covered the bed. He had a very small margin to hit.
7th and final
But hit
leg,
he
Mike
did.
to throw first.
I predict
Game
we see
on.
the best from both in this leg.
$45.
You said you're going to see the best.
Classic doesn't, isn't it? Classic.
Oh, this is a great leg, Glenn. Top analysis.
83.
When I said that, he looked at me as if the ball's going to open up with 45. I just can't believe they had 7 bad legs in them. That's what my thought process was.
100.
Well, you thought wrong, Glenn. Very, very wrong.
I've had a ton.
100.
2 tons. I'll make me right at the end. He who laughs last.
60.
Now I do all the analysis. You tell me why his throw is not creating 180s more often, as in Warburton.
55.
There's a little, well, Henry thinks. There's a little internal motivation if you saw him there, but once again. 31. And when you hit a 1 like that, Henry, and then follow it, and that last one he was looking to see if that had crept into the 1. Them 2 darts make it a big
99.
advantage, you would think. Albeit Robert Thornton has got to the finish first. All to play for.
And he may have to take out this 164 now. This could be 2 back-to-back visits here for Warburton, which could see him possibly turn the game in his favour, to win the game in his favour, unless Thornton can find something magical, but the 164 won't go.
86.
Yes,
Michael
last dart was still a little bit sloppy. And his 2 darts and his beloved double 16.
Game, shot.
And his 4-3 to Mike Warburton in a match that didn't have the sparks, it didn't have the fireworks we predicted. But it's a massive 2 points for the Welshman. Mike Warburton has played 3 and he's on 4 points. He'd be happy so far with that. For Robert Thornton, it's been such an indifferent start to the day. He's be head scratching backstage. Just that 120 being the highlight from him. But it's Mike Warburton and Matt Borelli are really kicking in so far. And next up we have the guy who came out the traps very quickly, John Desmarais, against a guy who'll be feeling really nice about himself, Jeremy Fagg. That game is up next after this short break.
Welcome back. It is just after midday on Monday, and we are at the halfway stage of the Group A Day 1 action at the MODUS Super Series. Fitting then that we've got two players right in the middle of the table going head-to-head in Match 8. John Desrimo and Jeremy Fagg both have one win and one defeat to their names so far. The Australian taking on the Belgian. Fagg will think he should have two victories, having led Robert Thornton 3-0 earlier before losing that one. Desrimo beat fellow Belgian Sven Verdonk 4-0 in his opener to get his victory under his belt. So one of them will join the top two, Barilli and Warburton, on 4 points after this. And talking you through the action, it's Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Cheers, Chris. Yes, it is the middle match, the sandwich match with the sandwich players. But are we going to be filled with some delicious darts here as John Desrimo takes on Jeremy Fagg? Well, John Desrimo came at the traps flying, didn't he, in that game against Sven Verdonk, averaging 95.5 in that 4-0 success. Backed up in 87.6 against Mike Warburton. As for Jeremy so far today, lost that 3-0 lead against Robert Thornton, as we've mentioned in the previous match, then came back to beat
First leg,
Sven Verdonk. 86 and 82 the average is.
Game on.
Although that 82 could probably be carried by the fact that that first leg there was a missed double a font.
100.
Yeah, Jeremy got poorly, didn't he? Bit of food poisoning before Q School this year. Might have tried to have a chat with him regarding that. But then in February he had the 9-darter in the DPA, didn't he, in Australia? So, you know, the real talent is there, and I think the best of him is still to come. I thought that win over Verdonk in the end was huge for him, just to get them 2 points off the board. I mean, he should be on 4 points. I mean, he had Robert Thornton all over. And yeah, are we going to see the best of Desrimo, who was absolutely awesome in his first game? 95.43 average, but he was well close to the 100 right throughout the game. He was so consistent. So good pace to this game.
I remember when I spoke to Raymond Smith on that stage after he won the Super Series 2 title, and he said Australian darts needs the door to open because, yes, they're playing very well against their own players in Australia. There's some very good players that we've seen come over here and do well, but the doors need to be open for more players to realise the opportunities and to realise themselves on a global stage.
Yeah, obviously I had Corey Cadby stay at our house.
170.
If we look at the big fish here, Corey helped me win the second Lakeside, I think it was, or the third. He just practiced with me that week, and he was allowed in the players area,
60.
different to the PDC where you can't practice with friends, etc. And the talent he's got. Then I sat with Damon Hetter for my last 2 years of being a professional player. The mentality of the Australians as well, the real winners. You know, you watch the cricket that starts soon. It's just part of the DNA of an Australian. And Desrimo's going to get a shot at 76, but you feel he needs it.
76.
This is a good indication how you're feeling, because you mustn't go into the 5. We should be looking at 13s or 17s. All he can do now is set it up. All because he didn't give himself the opportunity at least one dart or a double. The 5 was criminal. And you feel that's the perfect marker.
Game shot of the first
feel
leg.
good. You can just see as he just looks down there, some sense of relief as well. And for John Desrimo, you just begin and then to go back to the dartboard, thinking of your process. And when a player hits it with a last dart, it can hurt. Break a throw.
$100.
Good find with the last dart there.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of hundreds today, but the 180, I wouldn't say sparse, but when I think of 180s, I think of Scott Walters, who's here this week. Do you remember that session, Henry? Was it 18? It was stunning.
There's been 10 so far today.
43.
10 for our referee, Danny McNamara, to call out. What a job he's doing here at the Super Series, our top Irish official.
60.
Yes, I'm sharing a house with him this week. Better wash his plates more than Charlie does. Washed his plate as soon as I got in last night. Wait till I see him. Beautiful darts there from the Aussie.
190.
And I'll continue to repeat. I think he's going to have a good week. I just think he's getting better and better.
37.
Yeah, one of our top referees we've got here, Danny McNamara, alongside Charlie Courtsfield, Justin Bradshaw, Paul Hinks. Also got Owen Binks as part of our refereeing team as well.
Yeah.
52.
Last time I was here, I was saying I seen Charlie refereeing at Newcastle. I was like a proud father watching him. I was like, I know him. Doing so well.
100. Jeremy require 126.
Yeah, but you won that competition.
Never thought about it. He'll stay there for double six. He's already hit it once. Stunning finish.
On the second leg, Jeremy
Absolutely
Fagg.
beautiful. And the highest finish of the day so far from Jeremy Fagg. He's just beginning to warm up. Some players, they just
Third leg,
maybe need
John
them first couple of games and play themselves
Game on.
into form. I was asked the question earlier, and I just felt he's the one guy for me. Technically, and his attributes,
55.
his demeanour, his body language. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Averaging north of 91 here in this game. And, well,
60.
just get the sense he's getting better, more composed with each match he's playing on the stage. And I just wonder what kind of proposition he's going to be like when it comes to Tuesday, Wednesday, and
33.
maybe even beyond.
I think it's going to be very, very dangerous. I don't think we'll see a Robert Thornton play like we've seen today. You just feel he has to win his final two games. I always think a return of
43.
3 wins, 2 losses is a bare minimum on the Monday. You can't win the competition on the Monday. Sometimes you can feel you can lose it. And I think Sven is looking like he's not getting at too many
97.
points this week.
Now, we've spent a little bit of time in the commentary box together, and I'd like to get to know you a little bit better, Glenn.
You can ask me anything.
Just want to know a little bit more about you. Do you remember what you were doing on this day in 2016?
I'm not even going to a stage of what month is it?
We're in May.
May 2016.
135.
Playing for England?
You were playing.
100.
You lost the Welsh Open final to Scott Mitchell on this day in 2016.
Yeah, well, thanks for that. Who are you listening, Scott? Played the Welsh 3 times. That was the toughest Open. My first out was 9 o'clock in the morning. The final was 11 o'clock at night. And the most difficult thing is that I sprinted through that day against Scott. And then you have a break at 2 o'clock and they say, come back at 7 for the semis. And I found that very tough because I would refuse to stay on
40.
site.
Jeremy require 128.
Trouble for the ball. Bullseye it is for a 3-0 lead and the breaker throw. Oh, that's beautiful. The double breaker crew for Jeremy Fagg, and he's a leg away from a 4-0 win against John Desramo. Superb darts from the Aussie ace.
Fourth leg, Jeremy
His second ton plus checker of the match.
Game on.
Fagg is smoking. Perfect marker again.
60.
Just to listen to the sound of the darts going in, Henry. That's the boring does. That tells you that his timing is really good right now.
140.
Whoever's 3-0 down today, no one's beaten. You've got some real players there with real tenacity. That never say never attitude.
60.
Just lays down a statement of 4-0. With John Desmond in his first game, that Borelli, that surprising 4-0 over Robert Thornton. You walk back into players area like Vince McMahon. It's a strange players area because I walked through there. The only people I couldn't understand, I mean, got a couple of Belgians, a Welshman. And the only people I couldn't understand were the Scottish. Proper Scottish accents as Borelli and Thornton. My favourite place to do exhibition in Scotland.
100.
Right at the top, Inverness, Aberdeen. Oh, just, they're the best crowds for me.
Matthew Edgar likes those exhibitions as well because someone actually turns up to them.
131.
You said it, not me.
He knows I'm only joking with him. Fag then, 70 for the match and a 4-0 success. He's given me as good as he got last week. So anyway, this is for the game for a 4-0 win. And to make it back-to-back victories. It's going to be one dart in his hand at tops.
30.
Just above the wire. And so this is Hail Mary point for John Desimo. Number 17 would have left him a dart at tops.
38.
For a 4-0 victory,
require 40.
has many connotations when you have a big whitewash win. It's demolition time for Jeremy Fagg. A big 4-0 victory, a big statement he makes. John Desmond, it's all gone a little bit wrong since that fantastic opening victory. The Aussie is on the charge. That was impressive. Just shy of the 90 average, but I really like the checkout ratio. 4 from 7, and that silky 1-8 finish. Very, very nice. He'll be feeling very, very good about himself, will Jeremy Fagg right now. Big, big moments for him. And next up, it's top of the table, Mark Borelli against bottom of the table, Sven Verdonk. That's up after this short break.
Welcome back. Well, it was the best of times. It was the worst of times. That's probably the most fitting narrative to tee up this tale of two, as Mark Barilli, who has made the perfect start, takes on Sven Verdonk, who has fallen on hard times with no points earned so far. So great expectations for the league leader ahead of this one, or will there be a hell of a twist? A couple of words missed in the commentary box will narrate the story.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, the times I've sat in, it's been top versus bottom, and you're already writing the story that Borelli wins here comfortably. But the only thing this time is just watching his practice starts there. That first start is taking about 10 seconds. And I would want to cut that down by half. For the Sven Verdonk I remember, that time wasn't so elongated. It wasn't so, just in a sense that he's got an awful lot of time to be thinking. When things are going great and you have positive things in your mind, then fine. Can't believe he's 60-year-old nearly.
Doesn't look a day over 59, does he?
I thought he was 40s. Like I said, he's good friends with Gerd de Vos, and I just assumed they were similar age, etc. But yeah, he looks well.
He's from a town called Zelle, which is a municipality located in the Belgian province of East Flanders. It's around about 20 kilometres east of Ghent. Has a total population of just over 21,000.
First leg mark to Thrulfers.
And, well,
Game
it was playing with some famous people. Caroline Mace, famous tennis player. Josephine
60.
Impens, who's the Belgian record holder at the 1,500 metres and was a semi-finalist at the Atlanta Olympics.
Yeah, Belgian international, Austrian Open champion in 2019, Brussels Open champion in 2015, where he beat Scott Waits in the final. That sounds very impressive, doesn't it? But thank you, John Locken. He must be feeling my pain because he's saying, sorry that Sven isn't fast.
43.
I hope I'm not coming across in a sense there, but for me to sort of analyse, and I just think...
55.
I just think he could be overthinking that first start. So if anyone sat there thinking, I'm complaining that he's slow, I'm the wrong person to be saying that, because I was that same pace that you're seeing right there.
Because we'll look here and we'll see 2 and 3 be thrown at a different speed, as you can see there. Once he gets into the flow of a visit, you'll get yourself going, but it's that initial release point of that first start.
But Mark Borelli is someone who likes to be, he likes to be dictating the pace. He likes a fast player. And I suppose the last thing Mark Borelli wants to be doing is stood there 20 seconds behind Sven. Better.
190.
Absolutely beautiful from Verdonk. And like we've said many times,
92.
Borelli will have been a big, big favourite for this game. And one thing the MODUS Super Series has taught me is never over. Don't write your script until the game is finished.
Because not even the script writers know what they're doing.
I was going to say I'm the commentary team, but...
in my case, most definitely.
43.
I just shout like a town crier every now and then. All I need is that bell and the cry of hear ye, hear ye.
71.
Was the crowd at the Champions Week the best? And was the noise coming from Littlers fans? Did he bring people with him?
Just general people. Just the general public. He really engaged with it. And I'd imagine that you'd know because you've played on some of the biggest stages in the sport and in front of some big crowds. And when you have an atmosphere as electric as that,
40. Mark require 142.
You just have this natural high, and it's hard not to perform because you're in such an arena full of an atmosphere, just full of something special.
40.
A 16 darter and a breaker throw for Sven. See the wire bend.
Game short of the first leg.
I have to say, I was about to say, when you're bottom of the table, you hit the wire, And another day that can go in. So that just shows just a little bit of, hey, don't write me off just yet. It's very early in this competition. And that last dart was really, really nice.
Second leg Sven to throw first.
And you can see
Game
Mark is itching. It's not your turn. It was a breaker throw.
But do you like how he then decided, okay, it's not my throw, so I'm going to go back to the table, have a little bit of water.
Yeah, he's shaking his head thinking, I'm not in the right mindset here. Like I said, I just get the feeling Mark Borelli likes
55.
to be playing players where you're rocky all the time. It's just a different challenge, Henry. This is how Sven plays.
43.
A nice 140 from Sven because he's just beginning to take control. And what I mean by that is Mark is just showing signs of getting angry. And you see this shake of the head behind? There's not how he was playing the game in his mind as he walked to the stage.
100.
Now it's that time of the day. Glenn, are you ready for today's tungsten teaser?
Oh, I can't wait. I'm not even going to have my croissant until you tell me what the teaser is.
So, Dimitri van den Berg is a PDC major champion for Belgium by winning the World Match Play. But can you name the Belgian winner of the BDO World Masters?
Can I answer it, or are we putting it out to Twitter?
I'll tell you what, we'll
41.
tease it until the next game, because John Desamo's in action against Robert Thornton.
100.
I think I know. If you went all around the board on finishes, I might know. Yeah, it's a real hotbed now. What Dimitri and Kim have done for Belgian darts, but like I said, there's so many in the periphery as well. And I remember Stefan Dupre, Sven, Gert de Vos, and I think one of the best is a very underachiever, Andy Bartons. I think he is so much better than what he's delivered over the past 10 years. I played him at the Belgium Open or Antwerp Open, and he leathered me. He was that good. He had his family behind him. He was irritating me with his actions, and I thought he will be a really tough opponent for me over the next so many years. And he just didn't then take that next step. He's had a great couple of weeks.
60.
We are going to see Andy Bartons here in Series 4, and we're looking forward to seeing him here because he's possibly one of the best players about to talk. If you actually look at some of the indexes around the world of darts, 44. They actually place him well up there with some of the best in the world. I think only Barry Van Peer has a better index rating of any player about a tour card at the minute. I think Barry's in the top 32 of those particular metrics, such as the level he's playing at. And we're going to see him again at the Super Series. He's going to play the same week as Von Meulenkamp, and we can't wait. That is going to be one of the best weeks we've seen at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
55.
Yeah, we often talk about the best amateurs in the game, people without a tour card, and yeah, Von Meulenkamp is top notch. Treble 14 would be the expected. There's the potential of treble 18 on a 74 finish. It's a stunning dart. There's the nod of the head.
63. Marker requires 78.
For the good of the game. Double 10.
68.
Just bends the way at the top of the table, man. Just not
32.
going his way that he expected. And for Sven, 3 clear darts at double 16. Yeah, that was a little bit wild. I couldn't take my eyes off Mark Borelli there. I'm not really sure what the nod to the head, etc. was about, but he needs to start his campaign.
Mark Borelli.
As he sprints to the dartboard. The pace is hurting Mark, but he has to just calm down, relax.
Third leg Mark to throw first. Game on.
Probably feels he's playing the better dart right now, and it's more his brain is stopping him winning this game right now because he's feeling frustrated. for Sven. He'd be so angry to have 3 darts at his beloved double 16.
It's a case of start and go again.
60.
Just a reminder what else we're going to see this week at the Super Series, because coming in Group B, Tan Kankit, Chaz Barstow and Reece Robinson. Talking about Ignatic bullseye finishes. Reece Robinson's back in Group
60.
C. I'm looking forward to this already. Scott Walters, Mal Cumming, Dom Taylor.
Well, I think both groups are equally as good. Reece Robinson, been chatting with him this week, and one of my questions I always ask the players, a few days before they arrive here is, your favourite all-time game. And he beat me at the Q-School final. That making me having to win 2 games on the final day.
139.
Of which I replied, you must have played well to beat me. He said, yes, my 79 average was enough. Yeah, like Reece. He's maybe not everyone's cup of tea, but I'll tell you what, he's got a real raw talent. Maybe again, Henry should have done better in the
81.
game. 81. Awful lot of talent there, but talent's only 50%.
You're doing a lot of travelling around with exhibitions and other events.
92.
Outside, obviously, we're in this bubble, especially when we commentate on this a lot. But where does this title now sit with amateur players? Where does this sit with players that haven't got a tour card?
I mean, I'd like to ask Neil Duff something like that as being the WDF World Champion. And barring the WDF World Champion, I think the top. I think they're very, very top. I think it's high on the agenda
40.
of all, players. I get so many players. And let's look at someone like James Beaton, who's messaging me all the time. What do I need to do? He's doing all the ADCs. He's telling me when his qualifier is in the Northwest. He just is desperate to be here. He's asking, I want to be
33.
here. And he's doing the circuit on the WDF, etc. But right now, it feels to me that a priority for someone like James Beaton has been the MODUS Super Series champion. So I would say right at the very top. It's life-changing money for some of these players. It potentially helps them, buy a house, a deposit for a house, or it will fund them to go to Q-School. It's life-changing. Looking like 1 dart to tops. And that's all he needs, and from absolutely nowhere. That's the one thing about Mark Borelli. I say we're in the 11th minute of this game, and I've seen Mark Borelli play 6 or 7 legs in 11 minutes. He's that quick. He's up there at times with the Classens, the Ushers. And like I said, I like the fact that this game is yin and yang. He has to learn to win against the fluent, quick players. I want to see him looking down what he's doing now, focus and mindset. That's exactly what he's doing now. Early on, we could see him shaking his head.
60.
But right now, he's just in a different zone.
Well, at this point, he's got to look at this and think, now is when I make my charge. 2-1 up, and the game is there for the taking. And whoever won that last leg would have felt exactly the same thing.
And he did everything right in preparation there. And he's not he doesn't seem to be sulking behind there. There's a little shake of the head. That's the fascinating things I get to see with this up and close camera work, what I'm seeing now, and just trying to get across to you watching as well how the players are thinking. But it smacks a little bit to me like quite petulant of what he's doing. He's itching to get to the dartboard. If anything, I'd like to see Mark just a little bit of composure here. You're 2-1 up, you're in a great position, and a real chance of 6 points out of 6.
What's they say? It doesn't matter how, as long as you do.
It's just part of the trials and tribulations of playing darts. You're going to have stinker of games, tough games, match play darts, whitewash wins. Take them as they come.
140.
I remember Van Gerwen, Price. What did they call me? Slow, boring, and da-da-da-da-da-da. What did I do? I tried to speed up then. Why didn't I maximise my strengths of even slowing down even more? I tried to be what other players wanted me to be. That's my only frustration I had. I was tough to play. Sven Verdonk is tough to play. Deal with it.
I like to try and utilise my strengths, but I need to know what they are first.
Presenting, commentary, I think you're the creme de la creme, Henry. See, it's nice to be nice.
Yeah, yeah.
So when you're ridiculing my darts, you know, just have a little think there, Hitch.
You got a couple of stars on your shirt.
Oh, don't let you talk about it.
Premier League, couple of World Masters.
Change the subject. Oh, want to beat Gary Anton? No.
WTF #1. 2 World Match Play semi-finals.
Oh, look, now I'm going red.
121.
It was not going red. Now is Mark Borelli. He's just began to find that little bit of zone. Sven Verdonk, 2 opportunities here. Perfect. So 6 of the 10. Keep it simple. That's for double 18 this time. You just felt that was a really important part of the match because Mark Borelli was just showing signs. That's nice. That's nice, man. That's telling me the anger from Mark in his head is gone now. He's seen it more clear. It's just a best of 3, Mark. You have the darts. And the best thing I think you've done in this game, Mark, is show that appreciation. That won't surprise me here with a big score.
And there was just, it felt like an air of inevitability about that 106 checkout. Sometimes you can just get that feel that something's going to go when it gets to that final double. And it just felt like that for Sven Verdonk.
Yeah, good call. That's exactly how I felt as well. And what's frustrating for Sven is, you know, you've done the hard work and then you're kicking them with a treble 5 and a single 5. And like you said, Mark, all them issues for me have gone out of his head. He's looking good again right now.
85.
So total control of this match. Just get back. Look at that yellow carpet thing. Tighten your flights. Check your stems are correct. But stay mentally focused.
And just don't do what Darren Johnson did and fall over the yellow carpet.
60.
Yes, the health and safety were all over that. Some super glue.
PVA with a bit of luck.
90.
What a lovely last start. 200 ahead. Total control. It's again for Sven, 60 and a 40. He's a big second best in this one. Surely Borelli is thinking of the winning line now. 201 in 6 darts. Something he's practiced many times. I like the bull here.
140.
Superb setup. Look at Sven, 370. If you're Mark Borelli now, just pretend you're running a race. You're at the front on your own. Forget everything Sven is doing right now. Just focus on what you need to do. Be a front runner. Set yourself a time. And go and hit it.
44. Mark requires 61.
Doesn't need to go for the bull here. Good.
52.
I thought he did the right thing by looking away. There was no need to go for the double 9 there with Sven on 3-2-6. I just think he wants to put this game to bed, Henry, is the way I'm reading this match.
45.
And he's beginning to move the game in his favour. The average has gone up by about 10 points. He's now averaging under 81. Going down for double 2 for 3-2 lead. That's exactly what he gets.
Mark Borelli.
And he's just beginning to churn things out when he needs to do so.
6 legs Sven to throw first. Game on.
Who do you think's the happiest so far? I went with Jeremy.
I don't think there's anyone that would be happy. I honestly don't, because I think there's been good performances in there from some players, but there'll be others where they think, where's that come from? Talking about where that's come from.
100.
Now could you, Sven? Go one less than a 10 and give us a 9, which would make this week come alive.
$140.
But I think everyone in that practice room will think, I have still got gears to go.
I think that's the quietest
96.
practice room I've ever heard. That could be a combination of the fact that they're from, you know, different countries, etc. You'd expect Mark and Robert to be sat with each other, but that is the quietest room in there. The quietest player I saw at the Modus. Sebastian
60.
Białowieski. He just sat in the corner. And then there was the guy who went upstairs and just came into the practice area literally moments before he played. Vidislav Sedler.
38. Sven, you require 121.
You can feed off each other in those practice rooms, and it's a unique. No, I call it a unique environment because of things like the practice room, because you're going to be with someone for 5 days, and it's different. You've got to try and get along with each other, otherwise the week becomes
57.
quite monotonous to a certain extent. It's not like a tournament practice room where you're playing one game possibly in a day, and you maybe practice with your pal who's at that tournament, and then you maybe don't look at the opponent. You're actually spending time with the opponent and a lot of time with your opposition.
It must have felt like Business Champions Week, though, because that's not the time
27.
for...
Very different, yeah.
Then you require 64.
Well, nothing's very different for 64. It'll be the 16 or 8 bed. Just one dart at tops.
24.
It's a tough grind.
Well, Sven's going to get time. But really back on 240.
50. Sven, you require 40.
So this tops to send us the distance.
Game
3-3 it is.
legs,
And we're going to go all the way once again. And this is beginning to become a little bit of the pattern of the play here today. The first game between Barilli and Warburton went the distance. Thornton up against Jeremy went all the way. And then the game between Warburton and Thornton went 4-3. And so in game 9, we're going the distance for the 4th time.
95. Check, sorry, 93.
It's tiring work sometimes. But at this point, you're thinking 140, couple of trebles. Impose yourself on your opponent who you know yourself is not playing to the type of level that you would expect of them, and you know that you can get at. Just try and make one final push towards the line.
I'm getting some fabulous feedback from John Locken, who has a lot to do with the ADC Europe. And, you know, Sven just needs a bit of confidence, he feels. He just needs to find a bit of rhythm. Could it be the fact that he gets that this week, or is it going to be a bit like
100.
Benito van der Pas, where he can go away after the week, knowing where his game is? But, yeah, I'm getting a fascinating insight from John, who's sort of saying why Sven's here. We all know his pedigree. You know, I thought I'd played him many times. That just goes to show you my memory. But you just know he's a tough person to play. And if John's watching, and if John's speaking to Sven tonight, for me, the only thing that I can see different to Sven Verdonk of what I remember of the 2015 to 2018 era is that first start is just the only issue for me. And I know because I'm standing there for 5 or 6 seconds
100.
when I throw my first dart. Big moments in this match. Who would you rather be? 182 with 6 or 118 with 3, Henry?
Well, for Mark Barilli, he'll be hoping it's a case of 118, 118. Got your number, Sven.
You put him off there.
I promise we are in soundproof conditions.
140.
That's an incredible.
Record 118.
Now, Mark Barilli will be thinking, I cannot believe I'm potentially going to lose this match. And I think that was 61. His mentality that went to that one. With that 140 there was the most deciding 3 darts of this whole match. Now, the setup play is good. How is the execution, Sven Verdonk? At times, it was an absolute grueler for the players. But for Sven Verdonk, look at the delight. He needs some confidence, he needs some rhythm, but what he needed more than anything was 2 points. He'll be absolutely buzzing with that. And look at the sportsmanship from Marbury, so magnanimous in defeat, and he'll be frustrated because he's done a lot of the hard work going into that game. This group is just getting tighter and tighter. No one's putting their head above the parapet. Will it start with the next game with Robert Thornton against John Desmarais?
Welcome back. Robert Thornton and John Desramo just completing their practice starts before meeting each other in game 10 today. But after 9 games, we'll take a look at the league table. You can see there Jeremy Fagg currently sitting on top, ahead of Mark Barilli and Mike Warburton on leg difference. That's after Barilli was beaten when he was top of the table by bottom of the table Sven Verdonk, who picks up his first points, joining Thornton and Desramo with 1 win apiece. That will change for one of them in this match, a chance to join the party at the top of the table in what is proving to be a very closely fought group. Let's get the next battle underway in the company of Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, round 4 begins in earnest here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Robert Thornton, it will be about improvement on what we've seen from the last couple of games. Really uncharacteristic for a player of his magnitude and a player of his stature. But I just wonder what John Desramo is making of his Super Series debut so far.
He looks so excited, and what a fabulous start. He just looks like someone who's absolutely delighted to be here, because for anyone watching, that stage set up there is as good as anything. And once again, it's I've spoke to players and said it's the best throw that they're playing on. It's not easy behind you because obviously there's no crowd. You can hear a pin drop if there is anything to drop in there. You've got a fantastic referee timing perfect as you look at Danny McNamara there. And I just think John is loving every second of it. But reality can soon kick in with a couple of losses. And then all of a sudden a week can become very, very difficult.
100.
What I would say, this is a very difficult group. And as you've opened up there, we're into round 4 now. I think round 4 to round 5 is more important in a Group A than I've seen for a long,
17.
long time. Someone usually finishes day 1 on 8 points and can start thinking about potentially winning Group A. But right now, it is 57. All to play for.
There could be any which scenario come the end of play today. The only one we won't have is at the end of this round, every player on the same number of points, because Desmond and Thornton are going head-to-head in this one. Someone has to get to 4, one will have to stay on 2. Then Jeremy Fagg takes on Mark Barilli. Someone's definitely going to 6 points in that particular encounter. And anything can happen in the match between Denver Donk and Mike Warburton. But this is a better start from
43.
Thornton, who in all of his games so far today has been a little bit of a slow starter. Managed to pull off the powers of recovery against Jeremy Fagg. Went 3-0 down in that particular encounter for reeling off 4 consecutive legs, none above the 16 dart mark, to seal a 4-3 success.
99.
Looking for 15, if he can find the 104.
That's Thornton walking up.
56.
He's the 2-darter.
54. Robert require 48.
Perfect for him. 2-darter tops usually means one thing. He's so proficient on double 10 as well.
28.
That pretty much sums up his day so far for Robert Thornton. For John Desmond, it's all about the treble 20, and that's pretty wild. That's the release.
132. Robert require
2 and 3.
Game
about to say, puts pressure on this double 10. You just sometimes get the feeling just Robert's in his own world, Henry. I think that's one of his strengths there. And like I said, you'll see the gesticulations, you'll see the arms going up, you'll see everything with Robert. But tough cookie, tough character. And I think out of all the players here this week, he's the one with something to prove at the MODUS Super Series for Saturday night. He's done everything. I would say, I often talk to Henry about, the real legends of the MODUS Super Series. And Robert has to be involved in that conversation there. But I just think at the MODUS Super Series here in Portsmouth, he wants that Champions Night, and he wants Champions Week.
Well, he's played here on 5 occasions in this new format since he moved from Southampton over here to the south coast of Portsmouth. And he's qualified for the finals on each of those 5 occasions. Now, he's had a couple of final defeats. Lost out in Series 1 to Peter Jakes in Week 11. Then lost out in Week 6 of Series 3 to Matt Clark. And the intervening times, there was a couple of semi-final defeats in amongst it as well.
100.
Your memory, I'm like to think that you're reading it off something, but you're not. That memory. The memory of Henry is MODUS Super
50.
Series.
This is where you have an extendedly large notebook.
100.
Not like your hands. Henry Deacon has the smallest hands I've ever seen in my life. But he has an extensive workbook.
90. John, you require 120.
Shanghai. Seen it already today.
80.
I mean, I've already done one notebook here. Now we got to the point where I've used up so many notes. We have individual. We've now got our own little like table,
70.
so we can all share stats.
John, you
A little bit of an
require
insight
40.
into the commentary box here of the Super Series. As Desimo goes to tops for
James
one apiece.
on the second
And how many
leg,
times has
John
he nailed a
Desimo.
16 darter today?
Yeah, that was like game one all over. Well, here's a question then. We do our insight.
Third leg, Robert to throw
John,
first.
as a former
Game on.
rally car racer before he got into darts, there's something you didn't know, is it, Henry Deacon? I am not just a pretty face.
60.
Well, can he rally here against Robert? Although I do have to ask a question about the nickname Killer Bee, because
100.
strictly speaking, the bee can only kill once, because once it stings, it dies. So surely a killer bee would be better off
57.
being a wasp, because a wasp can sting on more than one occasion.
Ask him. You're looking at me. Ask him.
It's just there's no such thing
100.
as a killer bee, because if a bee stings, it dies.
It should be called Dezza or Jezza or Duzza. Keep it simple.
Although I suppose technically it can be a killer bee once it's died, because if it stings someone and kills them, it
60.
could be a killer bee. But
That's enough, Henry. We're going nowhere with it.
135.
Slide into the treble 5 means that it's no finish for Desmond.
140.
Can you imagine a day where Robert only wins one? I mean, it just wasn't on the horizon for me as I was preparing for the day.
42.
But then he does this.
Yeah, exactly.
136.
The one thing about the
John, you require
1-2-4, once again, it's only one
124.
treble to leave a bull. So treble 18 for that bull.
99.
I tell you what, that was a
Robert
well-thrown
O'Rourke,
dart
48.
as well. I don't anticipate Robert missing this. That's the perfect marker for him. Oh,
28.
does it
John, you
again.
require 25.
John Desmond, please, Glenn, don't say I'm going to hit it.
Is he going to hit it?
No.
9.
Oh, sorry, John. Try to help.
Robert, you require 20.
I'll stake my reputation that he hits double 10. He is phenomenal, Robert, around this area.
Game shot in the third leg.
And keeps his
Robert
reputation
Thornton.
intact. Keeps shaking his head away there. You just sense the frustration. But if there's one person who's happy today that the
Fourth leg,
group is so
John to throw
condensed,
first.
it's Robert
Game on.
Thornton. I mean, Borelli had the chance to start running away with things. But the bottom line is, if Robert wins this, he joins the top of the table on 4 points. And all of a sudden, it's not such a bad day after all.
Well, it'd be powers of recovery, and you've just kind of limited the
85.
damage as much as you possibly can.
He's very persistent, John Desmond, isn't he? He's just always at your ankles. He's one of them ones where
136.
you just feel like you're taking control and he'll pull out a 1-3. He's just there. You just get the sense he loves the game.
90.
John Desimo lives near Ypres, which is a memorial-based city following World War
95.
One. Loads of preserved trenches from that war, as well as chocolate shops, I've been told. Do like a bit of chocolate, don't we?
No.
100.
Don't you?
No, I'm pastry,
John, you
man.
require 170.
Give me a pasty or a sausage roll. I'm just looking at your 4 sausage rolls there. You're teasing me.
You can have one if you like. And they actually have
58.
every night at 8. They have a ceremony which takes place which commemorates all fallen soldiers from that particular town.
99. John, you require 112.
The tops for 2-2.
92. Robert, you require 127.
Sometimes if you're wondering why they have that reaction there, maybe a little bit of composure. It's double 8.
111.
Yeah, I think he thought like I did
John,
that
you
was
require
going in.
20.
And for Desmer up, it's 20 for 2-2.
Game
It's
shot
Desmond Rowe,
full play
2-2.
on Desremo.
Just about to say that. You took it off me. I set it up. Chris Murphy would have been
Fifth leg,
so
Robert
proud of me
to
with that
throw
Desmer
first.
2-2.
Game on.
I laid it up, went to get the putter in my hand, and you took it off me.
It's like we're both thinking the same thing, isn't it?
43.
That's scary.
How do we both think of that at the same time?
$140. $80.
So on Robert's throw there, he's already has the flight at his face. He doesn't have that, like many players have, that pull back, that bringing the dart back. But just watch the way he releases the dart here. Just a flick. It's all wrist and fingers.
60.
Whereas Robert takes away the fact that he's aiming, so he starts right at his face. Look at that. Remember, tick-tock of the clock. If you can just have that arm
81.
follow through the line. But if I was working with John, I'd love to see just that flight coming back just a little bit more. That's more like the throw that I play.
54.
John throws like I did at my best. That flick of the wrist.
Are you saying that because maybe it's not we'll have a look at his throw again. Is it because it's not a complete
135.
circuit of the throw, if you get what I mean? It's
not
like
every-
75%.
Yeah, not every player needs to, but I still think there's another 2 or 3 inches to come back. He is the classic flicker.
96.
Robert on a bogey, but he eliminates everything. So from there, and it's just look at that.
122.
Rocking and rolling.
John,
He'll tell you how he feels about that, and all he's saying is, where have you been? Treble 17 would be nice. It's Thornton taking control of this match.
40. Game shot of the fifth leg.
Oh, yes, he
Robert
is.
Thornton.
It's 3-2. Still with throw. Desmond still biting at the ankles.
Sixth leg,
You
John
have to say right
Thoreau
now that
first.
Thornton's become
Game
a
on.
big favourite in this match.
Again, he's doing the right things at the right time,
85.
as someone famously proposed.
Yeah, it's been a pretty. I mean, the standards of Robert Thornton are so high. It's been a poor day. No matter what happens, I think he'd be thinking them first couple of hours. You know, I mean, albeit the fact he came from 3-0 down, he just wasn't at the races. So maybe he might come to the venue half an hour early tomorrow.
100.
He might practice something a little bit different tomorrow. But you know, this is how good he is. He could have an off day and still be top of the table.
140.
Yeah, his last game's against Sven Verdonk. You'd have to expect if Robert wins this
24.
game, he'll feel comfortable that he can get that minimum 3 wins.
And 6 points is a
57.
real good foundation to build upon going into the second day's worth of action. We always say with 6 points, it gets you into the week.
43. Robert Require 164.
For someone like Robert, that was the minimum for him. I just see a bit of confidence coming out of him now. He's got total control of this leg,
52.
albeit that 52 hasn't helped him too much, but John needs a 2 treble visit, and them trebles really need to be treble 20. And I think that wry smile, he was thinking the
43.
same, I need 2 trebles. And
Robert, you require 112.
probably anticipated my commentary there. For Thornton, it's treble 19. He doesn't need the ball.
79.
And I can assure you he went for it.
Desmo can only hit and hope. Well, there's a hit.
98.
Now he's got to hope
Robert, you require 33.
that Thornton doesn't take out the 33. And so it's going to be 17 for double 8.
Game.
To seal a 4-2 success, and the
Thornton.
Fawn doubles up his points tally. 2-2 his record for the day so far, condemning John Desimo after a positive start to proceedings to a 3rd defeat on the spin. Thornton winning with an 81.7 average and 4 out of 12 when it came to the finishing. And so the Fawn is on 4 points and will be hoping to finish the day strongly. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Sven Verdonk takes on Mike Warburton.
Welcome back. Game 11 about to get underway, and after a slow start, Sven Verdonk could actually move off the bottom of the table. That's after that previous result, the defeat for John Desrimo against Robert Thornton. Mike Warburton, though, is looking to go to the top if he gets his 3rd victory of the day here. And to talk you through this one, it's back to Henry and Glenn.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, here we go. Game 11 of our day sees Sven Verdonk take on Mike Warburton. Running the rule then over Mike's day after hearing about Sven's exploits. 4-3 defeat to Mark Barilli, averaging 89.5. 90.25 in the 4-2 winning is John Desimo. And we thought maybe he's going to be the consistent performer of the group. Well, it was a drop of about 9 points, but he got the job done against Robert Thornton. And so if he can harbour a victory here, he's going to be the pace setter with Jeremy Fagg and Mark Barilli to come, and both of them will have the opportunity to move on to 6 points themselves. It gets to the stage of Monday now where the positions are beginning to be jostled for, and we're going to see who may emerge as early contenders to lift the Group A glory and harbour that first spot at finals night on Saturday evening. Remember,
game on.
Tickets available for every single Saturday night here at the Super Series. May even get an autograph with Glenn Durrant.
€20. Oh no, I'm back in England, aren't I? 20 quid.
100.
And for $19.99, you can have one with Glenn and me.
Yes, I've still seen the clamour in Germany for darts. It's crazy over there. They're
55.
going absolutely wild for Phil Taylor this weekend. We had a brilliant times with Colin Lloyd, Tony O'Shea, Scott Mitchell, Darryl Fitton. Just great people to be around, but the crowd, once again, so good.
More importantly, a weekend with Paul Starr.
Yeah, he did a phenomenal job.
81.
Was it tungsten time?
He was a bit smelly on the stage. I think he was suffering with too many curries, I think.
There's a chicken restaurant across the street from here, which he has a particular
81.
like for. But what about this particular game and for Sven Verdonk? Because you feel like now he's entering that stage where he could crucially do with a result.
Well, there's a couple of ways to look at it because you're settled in, whether you're a debutant or not. For me right now, I think we know what we're going to get with Sven. I mean, he started lovely with a couple of tons there, but it's more the fact I'm concentrating on Mike Warburton. For me, Borelli lost it without throwing a dart. What's Mike Warburton? Because Sven will dictate the pace, so it's how you're reacting when you're not throwing darts to me that will win games against Sven this week.
Reminder, you can get in touch with us at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Just having a look at some of your communications. Thank you to everyone that is tuning in. We'll also give you the answer to the tungsten teaser in the next leg.
60.
Yeah, nice to see a message from Mark Marlowe, who's a regular on here. Gary Stone. Obviously, everyone knows what a big fan I am of Gary. Gary reminds me of Mike Warburton. I think I've spoken of so much praise about the two of them.
100.
I think the pair of them, it's time to win a MODUS Super Series, which sounds easy, but the pair of them have got that much talent, in my opinion, that they're ready.
And it is that next step in their career.
81.
They qualifying for Saturdays, but then qualifying for Saturdays is one achievement. The next one's got to be making real hay on a Saturday night.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to get across there. It's nice that we sit here and say, oh, how lovely the throw is, what a great player Gary
60.
Stone is, da-da-da.
So then you require 134.
They both won some of the biggest opens out there. But as if Gary says, this is his number one priority right now. I think what Gary should be thinking now is, Gary should be doing is winning a World Masters, winning a MODUS Super Series,
54.
That's what I think his game is right
Mike
now.
require 122.
Treble 18. So again, it's just been a day of missing big numbers, hasn't it? Too late now, Mike. 64, so you should be looking at the 16s. He hasn't checked with the referee.
106.
Beautiful.
Then you require 80.
If that 80 was looking inviting, now all of a sudden hitting a 20 at this point, your arm sort of tightens up as you go through that follow-through. Exactly what I'm trying to say there. Without that set-up play from Warburton, your arm doesn't
40.
tighten as much. That's why I quite like just
Mike
go
requires
above
16.
the treble 20. Let the dart drop in. Let the nerves and anxiety take over. It's Warby for double 8.
On the first leg, Mike Warburton.
He just looks like he's in control. He looks like the only way I'm going to lose this game is if I lose it myself. I'm the better player out the two of us, and I'm going to demonstrate
Mike
that.
to throw first.
Break a throw.
And it says a lot about mindset when you're basically saying to yourself, well, I'm dictating matters here. It is down to me and myself alone. And you almost at that point, you're making your opponent completely irrelevant, aren't you?
Running
60.
a race, Henry. Imagine if you're a front runner and I'm going to run the 1,500 metres in 3 minutes 33. You're just setting your own internal targets. That's the way when felt I was head and shoulders above someone, that's the way I would take that match on. People used to say, I don't want to play so-and-so, I don't want to play
85.
I was like, no, if I'm better than him in my mind, I'll deal with it myself. I won't have the fear of losing to someone I know I'm better than. That's why I always smash Gary Stone every time I played him.
140.
Apart from Granite and apart from... Only joking, Gary.
So I've been doing a little bit of Netflix watching recently. I've been watching that King of Collectibles, and I just wonder what you think would be the most expensive
39.
piece of darting history.
So we had a good conversation about, obviously, Glenn is at the real Lakeside trophy that you have, and then we got onto the Leighton Rees Eric Bristow one with the arrow on the top.
95.
So you know, there was that one. Then look, other ones. The first PDC World title are really heavy. I think Michael got that one. Then you start getting onto shirts, or maybe that winning double or something belonging to a real legend like a Jockey Wilson. You know, that white shirt with just Jockey wrote on the back.
100.
There's some amazing memorabilia out there. Is there something I'm thinking of that I maybe... What's your thoughts? I'm trying to go through dartboards and darts. Would it be a shirt? Would it be a trophy?
140.
Right now for me, my Scott Waite shirt. That's the only thing I can't find.
I like the idea of the dartboard that Phil Taylor used when he hit that 9 darter
140.
against Chris Mason.
Mike
that
Require,
one.
66.
The treble tenor bull. For a fat 16. One dart at tops.
26. Sven, you require 137.
One of my favourite finishes of all time was the 137 against James Wade at Blackpool. Treble 19, double top, double top. Could he? Yeah, it's such a difference between that first dart, the second and third,
97.
isn't there?
Mike require 40.
Michael just want to put this game to bed. He doesn't want to go through that Mark Borelli issue when you play Sven.
Game shot in the second leg.
2-0 to the
Michael
Welshman.
Robertson.
Sven having his own problems up there right now. He's not showing
Third leg
any
Sven
signs of
to
worry or
Roker.
concern.
Game
Like
on.
I said, I'm just speaking with John earlier. Maybe it's just a week for Sven. Like I said, very similar to Benito. Let me get a week of competitive darting. Get back playing locally and, you know, set yourself a target of what you want to do for the rest of the season.
100.
Made me think there Sven could play the senior. 59. Does he look 59?
I would have had him maybe on the border of the seniors, not 59. Maybe on the border, maybe at 49, 50.
100.
He's looking well. Could be your opponent at the seniors next year, Glenn.
Watch this space.
Next stop, Yeovil
100.
for the World Seniors at the end of June. Westland's the venue. David Cameron looking to defend his title.
Isn't it the weekend of Glastonbury?
140.
And isn't Yeovil in Glastonbury?
They're pretty much the same, aren't they? Elton John headlining Glastonbury this year. Which is quite ironic that Elton John will be performing Goodbye Yellow Brick Road
60.
a couple of miles down the road from the
that-
Westlands venue.
Was that where the Wizard of Oz was made? Oh, no.
Wasn't that No, Dorothy was Australian, wasn't she? The actress. I don't know if
60.
the actual plot was Australian.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
We're leading each other astray.
How did today go? Well, we enjoyed the Wizard of Oz.
81.
201 and 6. That's the thought process for Warby. There's
100.
that
Sven, you
100.
require 100.
And it's hit so many times today. And Sven, 160. It's all about that treble. Another one of them, please.
100. Mike, you require 101.
So traditional as Wolvie on his finish, and he'll stay on the treble 20 bed for treble 19. He'll be frustrated with that, but he's left a 2-darter.
Sven, you require 60.
And I wonder if in Sven's mind he'd be thinking how he missed the big 20 last time by hitting the 1. Keep it simple, perfect. You're hoping not to move. He's just widened the bed. What a camera angle there is. That's exactly what he can see right now. Just bumps off that. He doesn't fancy that entry.
Oh, no score.
That just pretty much sums up his day so far. Bumped off the first dart.
52.
Just under the double 10 bed here. 2 darts, a double 16. That's a bit of a slider.
20.
I didn't expect that, and I don't think Mike did.
Sven, you require 60.
And so to cut the gap in half. Should be 2 at tops. Cool, that was precariously low. That's a nice guide. And that's in.
On the third leg, Sven Verdonk.
That's 2-1. That's the deficit cut in half. But Warburton will have the darts here to extend his lead back to 2.
Fourth leg, Mike to throw first.
Yeah, let's go to
Game
a bit
on.
of social media. Lee Seymour, hashtag does a 180, MSS darts. We've got a couple of Scots in the field this week. Who are the Scottish players that are going to take over from Gary Anderson and Peter Wright?
140.
Can't really see anyone winning what they have. Do you remember Paul Hanvich? Paul Hanvich, when I was a pub player, nothing more, and I qualified for Lakeside qualifiers. I had to go all the way down. It was at Lakeside. I took an army, a coach full. A big day, probably the biggest day of my darting life. Never thought anything would be better. And I reached the board final with a winner to play Gary Robson. So I was 2 games away from playing Barney in the first round at Lakeside. And I played Paul Hanvich, who also took an army of fans down to London. And yeah, he absolutely battered me. He was a great player. I like Willie Borland. Yeah, I just think he sort of hit the skids a little bit, but he's winning an awful lot of ADC tournaments at the moment. Lee, you know, the Scottish players. Can you help me out there?
For me, Nathan Girvan, I think, is probably the heir to that particular throne.
100.
Last time I seen Nathan, I could see the influence. I felt I could see the influence of Chris Mason. He was bringing his dart back so beautifully. But yeah, Nathan, I sponsored for the Finders Masters about 2017, 18 as a very young kid. A really, really big fan and like Nathan. But yeah, I think Willie Borland has a bit of the X factor. He just, you know, sometimes in darts, you take a direction and for whatever reason, you just go off a little bit. He's just got to keep believing. He's only young. But yeah, I'm sure there'll be plenty of Scottish players coming through.
And I think with Willie Borland, what happened at the World Championship was brilliant. But I think because of that, he then added a tag on his shoulder, which probably wasn't there before. And that can sometimes take a little bit of time to adjust to.
100.
Yeah, I don't think people realise how difficult that Pro Tour is and just how relentless it is. And if you're not winning games, it can just like a spiral effect. And Sven looks at 161. Should use the bull.
56.
Yeah, by going on the bull, it just gives you a 2-darter.
101.
How many times has Mike left 101 because there's prolific 100 scoring? But a darter tops for 3-1.
61.
That was well thrown. Yeah.
Sven, you
See his
require
reaction. I think he thought that was
105.
in. We said Sven hit a 106 where Henry felt it was just inevitable. Do you get that same feeling, Hitch?
Yes. That really was a correct judgment, wasn't it? I'm turning into Duzzer.
65. Mike, you require 40.
A one spoiler for Mike when I say I fancy this.
Leg, Mike Warburton.
I think that's the turning point of this match. I think any concerns, any issue Mike had about losing this game was put to bed with
Fifth
that
leg,
one dart
Sven
there. I
to
can't see
throw
Sven
first.
winning 3 on the bounce.
Game on.
Albeit Sven will have darts in 2 of them. I throw in first. What I'm liking about Mike here is the fact that he's just in his own zone. It's not easy, like I said. The pace is being dictated by your opponent. It's finding that spot in the carpet, looking at something. Do you watch the darts? And once you get that right, and when you're
100.
playing someone, I was talking to Phil about his toughest opponent, and obviously it was Dennis Priestley, who, you know, was not only slow, but incredibly good. Just hearing Colin Lloyd
100.
about the stories about these guys at their best. Yeah, Gary Stone, I can assure you it's top of
95.
my list. The MODUS Super Series came close too many times. Looking forward to getting back in July. You'll be a welcome addition, Gary. Big fan. Mark Marlow, morning does it. Picking up on what Henry said.
60.
Can Sven's performance struggles rub off on the others? Well, I think I've probably done that one to death right now. It's just a different challenge. And I'm seeing the difference between Mike and Mark Borelli.
Well, I think it, like I said earlier, I think it's a case throughout where
43.
possibly with the exception of Jeremy Fagg, everyone can look at their day and think, I can be better than this. There's been glimpses from every player. John Desimo, 95. Thornton, with a couple of half-decent performances. But there'll be a case for every single player going into tomorrow that they'll feel as if there is a kick within them.
Yeah, and you feel like it's a long time since we've seen Jeremy Fagg. His last game, he's watched a very long game between Verdonk and Borelli.
55.
One that's gone 6 starts in Thornton and Desmond. So it'd be interesting between the next game between Fagg and Borelli because it's been such a big break. I think the winner of that game can then go on to the full 8 points.
59.
And it might have particular importance because Warburton looks set here to pick up the points against Verdonk. He'll be the first player 1 to 6. He'll be joined by 1. And if it's Jeremy Fagg that wins that game, then Warburton and Jeremy Fagg playing the last game of the session, so effectively playing for top prize.
142.
Yeah, sometimes you're right, Sven off a little bit too early because that was a sublime 140 there. And then takes control of this leg. Again, I like Bull here. But not
60.
even any consideration there from
Then you
Mike.
require 68.
Just keep it straight, keep it simple. Treble's nice. 20 is a must. What that does now, give you a big opportunity between that 8 and 16. He shouldn't be missing that huge target. Nearly did. For a dart at tops.
28.
I tell you what, that was close.
Mike, you require 82.
And for Mike, a minimum of the 25. And Bull is the bonus.
So 82 for the match for Mike Warburton. Bullseye is what he went for. And so it's going to be 1 dart at tops, which comes and goes for Warburton.
40.
And Verdonk returns to the same target.
Game shown on the 5th leg. Sven
And in it
Verdonk.
goes. And it's 3-2. And he is still within this fight. But Warburton here has the darts to seal a 4-2 success.
Game on.
To move himself on to 6 points. Get himself in the week. That will amount to
60. $80.
Yeah, we wrote him off a little bit then with that first treble 20 going in there. That just was a really unlucky bounce out. I think Mike Warburton's campaign to win this game starts with these 3 darts. There was just something I saw as he stood back. I think he understood the situation.
100.
I think he'd be disappointed with that, especially once again after that first dart being so sweet. He's 80 in front, meaning Sven needs a 140. Half the job done.
100.
That's second best to Sven. It's Mike starts. 3-4-1. Perfect. This is what he hasn't been doing.
140.
He's been regularly scoring ton after ton. And I think for Mike for tomorrow, he's very consistent. I don't think Mike's hit a 180 today. And I'll look at my numbers there. I just think them last two scores of ton 40. Yeah, just the one.
50.
I think that's the moment. And look at Mike itching to get to that Rocky.
Well, you're effectively saying to yourself now that you're on match point and you're just trying to now finish the opponent off, and you know that you've got the opportunity to do it.
60.
And Sven's one of those players, and we saw it in the last leg where Wolverhampton had a bit of a lead, a little bit of a mess around, and he got punished for it.
Yeah, what also happens, you see that finishing line. And like I said, the good to the great, they know how to run through that.
98. Mike, you require 141. $59.
I like the 19s on 173. He's a good counter as Sven. A lot of the sort of the Dutch, the Belgians, they're so proficient around the scoring mechanisms of the game. Another one of them. That's it. Yes, you can see the frustration because just kicking out with that 19.
121.
That was job well done there.
Mike, you require 82.
He's just missed this for the match. How apt it would be that he hits it for the match. For that, he needs to just relax. As part of you think, I'm going to go for the 25 again, but that's sensible. But a dart at the bull.
32.
Oh, wow.
Sven, you require 52.
And we talked about how good Sven is at board management and scoring. I think that showed you that Mike there had a real moment.
Must have thought he had 55 left at that point. Tots of a donk. To royally punish.
Game shot.
And punish he will.
Sven Verdonk.
To the hilt. And it's hill between Verdonk and Warburton. And will that miscount for Warburton cost him dearly?
Seventh and final leg, Sven to throw first. Game on.
And from 3-1 down, Verdonk has taken us the distance. He has the darts. Warburton's had his opportunity to close it out with the serve. Verdonk's going to get his.
100.
Ton to start. They're imperative in these last legs.
Beep, beep, I'm still here. It's the honk from Verdonk.
140.
There's the fighting qualities at Warburton. Incredibly, Verdonk, if he wins this leg, joins that gaggle of players on 4 points. This is, for me, the most competitive Group A I've seen.
41.
We better dust off the abacus because I think we might need it come Wednesday.
Just hoping that John Desmarais played next, because we could have had
60.
a stage there where all players are on 4 points. The permutations are kicking in already, and it's only Monday. Hate that dart. Just was walking with the dart as he threw it. But how many times today have we said?
43.
How many times have we said that it's in the hands of Mike Warburton? He's 301 points away and a stunning first dart.
100.
Once again, a perfect dart. It's just not been followed through into those 140 so desired. Albeit, is it 7 140s in this game, Mike? Has Sven done all the hard work, but come up short in the last.
44.
You have to say it's looking that way right now. But how many times have we wrote off Sven? But Warby, keep it simple. One of his trademark tons would be delightful at this stage, and there it is.
100.
That's the dart, Warby boy. For Sven, he may go downstairs again on 273, but it looks like he's looking up. Just when you write him off. Here comes the Belgian.
180.
You almost expected that kind of applause from Verdonk. But a 101 out to win it with a 15-dart leg would have been so typically Warby. And maybe 65. The scoreboard pressure of a Max has just forced the issue of Warburton and opened the door for Verdonk.
And he is thinking now, treble 19 or bull. And I think he changed his mind twice there. And he's gone very aggressive and it's paid off. Look at Warby there. He's resigned to losing this game now. Double 18. That's the mark. A big moment of... Oh, 75. Just goes below. You can sense the pain from Verdonk. He'd done all the hard work. That 180 setup, as we were already writing the conclusion to this game. The Warburton was being the better player throughout. It's still not done yet because double nine's a stinker. This match has had everything. And now neither player wants to run through the winning line. He may split.
He's going straight for it, it looks like. 2 left in hand. 1 left. And he busts the score!
No score.
It goes the other side! And so Warburton is reprieved.
Require 18.
Well, this match has had absolutely everything you're going to see in a 7-darter. Swings and roundabouts, ups and downs, trials and tribulations, but it's Mike Warburton with that fist pump at the end. It was all about the 2 points, and how big will those 2 points be? Sven Verdonk will be absolutely kicking himself because that 180 in that last leg, I thought was just the deciding factor. For Warby, just did enough. It was a battle that neither player liked that outer ring, but it's Warby with a big 2 points. And next up, it's Jeremy Fagg against Mark Borelli.
The action continues here at the MODUS Super Series. That last match, a 4-3 win for Mike Warburton against Sven Verdonk, the second longest match we've ever seen here at the Super Series. More than 27 minutes. Matt Clark against Dave Prince, just overshadowing it by, well, almost a minute to be fair. But it was a bit of a grueling game. Warburton has done well to get over the line in that one. This one will certainly be a little bit pacier as Jeremy Fagg takes on Mark Barilli. Both players have 4 points to their name with 2 wins from 3. One of them will join Warburton at the top of the table. To talk you through it, it's back to Henry and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, the guy in your picture there, Jeremy Fagg, he'll be enjoying his debut. And Mark Barilli, there'll be one moment he'll have watched Mike Warburton somehow get through that game and think, I should have done the same, because, you know, like I say, Sven is bringing different challenges. I think you use the word grueling there. It's, you know, you're playing over 20-odd minutes for 7 legs of darts, but like I said so many times, that's what Sven does. It's up to you to beat that. But for Mark Barilli, he'll love this game. He'll enjoy the pace of this game with Jeremy. And they say both of them have actually delivered some really good darts today. We're looking forward to this one.
To throw first. Game on.
Pick a winner here, Hitch.
If I've got to nail my colours to the mast, I'm going to go Jeremy here.
60.
There's a nice balance to them darts, the way they're sitting there. But Mark, I've seen Mark throw 3 darts like Ricky Evans. I mean, he's actually slowed down, Mark.
85.
It was 2004, 2005. You know, his heady days of when he was in the BDO and regularly getting to Lakeside. He could throw 3 darts as quick as anybody.
100.
He looks very left or... Is it left or right? Dominant, does Jeremy. Just the way he looks at the dartboard and looks through his flight path of the dart.
92.
Like that.
180.
He's going to be really, really dangerous this week. And there's my favourite angle.
43.
See the way the darts are going in there.
161.
If you think of the eye line, he's watching, he's visualising every dart going. He can see where he wants it to go. Very traditional. Beautiful pull back there. He does something with his fingers right at the end. But if you can do the same throw every single time, you're halfway winning the battle.
85.
I just wonder with Jeremy Fagg whether the fact he's had a slightly longer break may have helped him feel like a game between tournaments as he looks to open up with a 104 finish here. Tops is what he wants for a ton topper to start. Absolutely excellent from Jeremy Fagg. Beginning of a ton topper. Now, he hasn't played in terms of match time between his last game against John Desimo for 1 hour and 2 minutes if you combine the match times of the previous 3 matches. So it may feel like he's playing in a normal tournament where you'd have around about that time between round 1 and round 2.
Yeah, it just feels like a long time since we've seen him play. You could argue if he had a rubbish game here, you would say that hour really killed him. Now it's like I say, it's just about focus and mindset. These are both feeding off each other. You want that dance partner up there where you can bounce off each other. And it's just a very enjoyable pace to this game. I just like the balance, just like the way they're sitting up.
59.
Barilli's last 2 scores, 40 and 27. Is there a hangover from that loss to Sven Verdonk?
60.
Because everything was looking so rosy prior to that. That's perfect. Listen to the dart, Henry.
121.
I like him.
He's just in full control of everything, isn't he?
90.
Nothing seems like a chore. Nothing seems hard work. He does everything in the simplest way possible. He makes it look good.
140.
Being hypercritical. Yeah, you know what I'm going to say. So I won't.
Full context, he should have gone down to 19 to leave a ton.
Jeremy require 99.
You see that. You just sometimes want to hear the dulcet tone of the ref shouting 180. 68 left. Treble 20 or treble 12 are your options.
51.
He's a 2-darter, finished many dart players because of that huge target. He should stay there for double 12.
120.
That could have been a game changer.
Jeremy require 48.
So Jeremy Fagg, what you've got to do is hurt your opponent. Now, you'll be thinking of that 144 all the time. You're pinging double 16 for a 2-0 lead. This is a big dart. I don't like his reaction there because you're putting negative vibes in your body. He moves across.
32. Mark require 24. Game on the second leg.
Time in.
Mark Barilli.
That 144 there just brings him back into the game because that game was looking very one-directional. It looked like Jeremy Fagg was looking for a big 2-0 lead and ready to kick on from there. Now it's game on.
$100.
These referees, the stand there hour after hour, and you can count how many mistakes in a month.
140.
On one finger.
As long as they don't miscount the amount of mistakes that they've made.
I think I know where you're getting at there, yeah. Better be careful, I've got Charlie and me lugs.
100.
One of the best in the business is Charlie Corsafine.
Creep.
No, he is brilliant at what he does.
50.
Cheers to Charlie for all of his work this week.
I thought that was a retirement speech, yeah? That was something I didn't know.
One of the all-time Super Series legends
100.
is our Charlie. A great company as well off the board and off the mic.
140.
A couple of treble 20s. That makes it a very nice leg of darty for the Aussie. Was attempting
79.
to be the second champion
Jeremy
of the Champions
Robar,
winner, I
26.
guess. If we can get him through this week. That's the only problem with that, when you go too aggressive. That double 9 is
27.
awful for that reason. That is
Mark Robar,
stereotypical how not to go for
132.
18s. I always say go big on the first one. Leave a marker. This is the champagne shot. It's in an angle there where
73. Jeremy require
I think he
9.
was going treble. I think he was going bull double 16 bull there. Even Luke Little sent us a message saying, what's going on? Huge dart in the context of this match.
Game shot in the third leg.
But he's up to the
Jeremy
challenge.
Fagg.
And the obligatory fist pump, which tells you that was an important dart. As Borelli was sat on 59.
Fourth leg Mark to throw first. Game on.
And that's how a match can change so quickly. So Jeremy Fagg be thinking, I want a free roll on this one because it's just going with the darts.
100.
There's the bare essential done for Mark.
$60.
Just feel like this is another match that's going to go the distance. The last three games, 4-3, 4-2, 4-3, just sort of cements the reasons why we think this competition is so
100.
competitive. Sven Verdonk back up next again against Robert Thornton as we look at games number 5. I think the winner of this game here put himself in a fantastic position.
$100.
Very upright is Mark, no body movement, just the mechanics of that arm going. And you watch Sven Verdonk, he's walking with the first dart. The right smile as it hit the barrel.
84. $97.
The recovery there to leave 104 as Jeremy Fagg took out to win the opening leg And Borelli's just moving closer towards Jeremy. As Jeremy's decreased, Borelli's moving closer towards his level. And we could see a bit of a scene change in this game. 104 for 2 apiece. 84 left. And for treble 16.
52. Jeremy Wire 126.
Yeah, we've seen a 1-2-6 already today. Can still do it. For the bull.
Game shot of the fourth
camera
leg,
angle tells you
35.
that is smack bang in the middle. And look at that. That's what I like about Mark Borelli. Sportsmanship at its finest. He's
Fifth
sat
leg,
in
Jeremy
pole
to
position.
throw first.
And then your opponent
Game
pings a 1-2-6. Delightful.
That's his 5th ton-plus finish of the day. That's how impressive he has been on the finishing, averaging 90.36. He just,
57.
by the game, become more and more impressed by him, don't you?
And you know more than anyone here, chat. When you're a debutant, you've just got to acclimatise. You've just got to get used to the surroundings. He's going to be dangerous this week.
95.
I called him my sort of, you know, not bet of the day, but maybe value for money of the day. I mean, Thornton for me was the guy that stood out in this group.
45.
And I was really intrigued to see how Jeremy played, and I just think he's getting better and better. And if he can get himself to 6 points, and what a blockbuster of a last game that would be,
100.
with the winner going on 8 points against Mike Warburton. But there we go again, writing our own scripts. Mark Borelli's got plenty to say in this match still. They're frustrating, because they're beautifully
97.
thrown first 2 darts and a well-deserved treble 19.
$57.
From this stage now, it's just about giving yourself opportunities at 3-1. You just give me a chance to win the game.
Well, has that troublous visit, well, you felt before, has that troublous visit
39.
become the one that may have broken the camel's back? But in turn, Jeremy has just given the door a bit of an opening for Mark Borelli.
138.
He leaves himself on the nails to bring it back to 3-2, and it'd be a breaker throw, and so he returns a throw.
Yeah, we talked about the pace of his darts. I think he threw them darts in under 4 seconds. That's the Mark Borelli I remember.
99. Mark, you require
I
111.
think Ricky Evans took it to another level. Looking at treble 18 for tops there.
35.
That's a bit silly.
Jeremy require 164.
Yeah, you can see he's fuming with himself, but that's a little bit of rush of blood. He's got away with it, you feel. He's going to set it up, and this 76 all of a sudden
94.
becomes fairly difficult.
Mark requires 76.
Because there may only be 1 dart at double. Well, in fact, it's going to be 1 dart at the bull to save the match.
Game shot of the 5th leg.
Match
Mark
saver for
Borelli.
Mark Borelli. The Hail Mary comes up trumps for Mark.
6th leg, Mark to throw
The game is back on throw. The game is
Game
back
on.
to 3-2. Big few moments in coming, because remember the context of this game. The winner will move on to 6 points.
74.
Level with Mike Warburton at top. And in fact, because of legs difference, would gazump Warburton in that particular table.
100.
Oh, I really like them 3 darts. Could argue it even deserve more. Well, Borelli's back in this. He's fighting. He's demonstrating all the qualities you need in this match play. His best of 7s can pretty brutal,
96.
but they can turn on a flick of a switch.
$30.
Surprising score at that stage.
$90. $96.
Feels like a leg that one treble is just doing damage. If someone can find a 140, well, they become the dominant force. Although, again, coming up dry could open up the door. Jeremy Fagg's been given a couple opportunities in the last leg or so. But on match point, hasn't really been able to really crank the door open. Down he goes to 25 to try and leave himself on a finish, but it's not going to happen. And so Barilli, 6 darts here from 181 to send us all the way. And that's almost the perfect setup.
So free-flowing at his best. I just feel like Jeremy's hanging on right now.
100.
That's a fantastic last start.
44.
That makes that 44 where you're thinking, There we go again. 31 left, Mark. For double 12.
20.
All because of that.
Jeremy requires 78.
So Jeremy, don't miss the 18. The treble is the bonus. There's your Brucey bonus. It's 2 darts, a double 12 and a big 2 points. Huge dart.
66. Mercury
Doesn't go.
24.
And so Barilli to take us to the hill again. One more in hand.
No
Doesn't
score.
go. And so Jeremy Fagg has an opportunity at double 6 to move on to 6 points and to move top of the group. Just a slight movement across.
Game.
And that match-winning double is found, and Jeremy Fagg goes top of the table. If only temporarily, he beats Mark Barilli by 4 legs to 2, which means him and Mike Warburton are going to set up a clash in the final game of the session to see who is going to be the table topper overnight. As for that game, an 84.23 average, 4 out of 13 on the doubles, and 2-ton-plus checkouts. He's done that in 2 consecutive games now, has the Australian ADC ace. Right, we're going to take a short break. When we return, Sven Verdonk takes on Robert Thornton.
Right, welcome back into the final 3 fixtures of Monday's MODUS Super Series action as Group A completes its first day. And it is the last outing for Robert Thornton, the 2-time World Seniors champion, taking on Sven Verdonk. If Thornton wins this, he'll join the top 2 on 6. If Verdonk wins, he will join Thornton and Mark Barilli on 4. And to talk you through it, it's Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yeah, been a very interesting day today, hasn't it? And like I say, very much all to play for, very competitive. You can't take your eyes off that final game because, 8 points is something that anyone would have snapped your hands off this morning. If you'd have asked my opinion, it was the guy behind, the guy coming to the hockey now, the real headline act, the real top-notch player, guy with a CV to rival anybody's, in banging form, the World Seniors World Champion, and just
First
dominating.
spin to throw first.
That's part of the sport, but he
Game on.
hasn't been his day to day, but he can walk away with 6 points and be right in the mix. For Sven Verdonk, the guy in your pitch, it's been many downs and some positives. Some positives that maybe other players and other people can't see. But I think he's playing himself into this week.
27.
And he could become very interesting by the end because he's a tough player, as Sven Verdonk. He's played at Lakeside. He's a very, very good player.
60.
I'm just probably battling the fact that he hasn't played as many matches over the past couple of years and, really getting back into the game now. And, the ADC Europe and MODUS Super Series partnerships give players these opportunities. And hopefully he's focusing on them strengths right now because, like I said, he's a great addition to be here. We just want to see the best from him, Hitch.
Absolutely so. It's all about this tournament. Of course, there's a winners and losers element to it, but we also want to develop players. We want to make players better. And we want to see a developmental path here. And when you look at the likes of Graham Usher, for example, who COVID kind of hit him quite bad because he made a bit of hay in the World Masters back in 2019, had that COVID break, and this tournament kind of lit a spark and lit a fuse within him, and he came so close, obviously, to winning the whole thing back in October, losing to Conan Whitehead in the final. And look what he's gone on to achieve since. He actually qualified twice for Champions League, but couldn't participate the second time because he went on and won his tour card. So Darryl Pilgrim and Matt Clark are the only players in the club to have played at 2 Champions Weeks.
Yeah, it's fascinating when you look at sort of development tour, challenge tour, and how many of the players are regularly playing at the MODUS Super Series as well. We're dealing with the best amateurs in the world now, from the Oceanic regions, European regions, the best of the UK.
78.
Like I said, there's been a fine balance, but for Robert Thornton today, it's just not happening.
Love to see a week, maybe a week 1 where we pit the 12 best together and see how that battle royale comes out.
Yeah, you want to see something like that on Champions Week, don't you? Because, what you're doing then, because effectively most players are only going to get one stab at it now. I mean, there's that much interest, that much clamour to play in the MODUS Super Series now.
129.
And I guess the worst thing you can do is put all your eggs in one basket and have a monstrous week. I quite like the balance, and I think the balance this week is fantastic. Groups B and C just look very, very inviting.
58. Robert require 142.
I'd stay there for double 11.
120. Sven, you require 126.
126 for Verdonk. We'll stay there because the treble will leave him a dart at the bullseye.
80. Robert require 22.
The only problem with this one is being aggressive with that first dart. Robert thought would be delighted. Like I say, he's another player who likes to get on with it. He likes to be playing players where it's a rat-a-tat-tat. Right now, if you ask Robert Thornton, he just wants to get to 6 points, and it shows you the calibre of the man, really, when 6 points would be a huge disappointment.
85.
But I don't think it's about the numbers. I think it's about his inconsistency and how he's played throughout the day. But rest assured, Robert Thornton doesn't play bad 2 days running. He'll be here tomorrow. He'll be fighting.
$140.
Perfect.
100.
And if you're wondering why you're getting that response, H, because it was such a good first start. A ton, in his opinion, is not good enough.
And that is how weird the psychology of the sport is, as you mentioned earlier on. If that's the last dart that goes into trouble, you're happy with the ton, but the first one goes in like
85.
that, then you're not. But they're all relative and equal at the same time.
Yeah, give us a shout out on Twitter this week at MSS Darts. Please give them a follow. You'll see all the highlights of each leg, each day. Does a 180, having your involvement during the week. Any thoughts, any conversations we can...
31.
It's a good platform to do that. And more importantly, come and join us here on Saturday night. Oh, he bounces up. Bounces like a T-Rex.
60.
Like the T-Rex, like the T-Rex. And if you scan the Tungsten T-Rex, you can get tickets for Saturday night. Or, alternatively, you can go to dartshot.tv to reserve your tickets for this unique and intimate darting
58.
experience.
Robert, you require 156.
Did you do that song yourself there? I wrote a song once about a tortilla. It was more of a rap.
We've spent too long in this room today, haven't we?
We have, haven't we?
7.
Robert Thornton. 156.
$84.
The only saving grace for Robert there's that final dart from Sven. That's crept into the 5. It just looks a little bit more business-like there, Robert, but
47.
The scoring hasn't sort of...
Sven, you require 103.
Highlighted that he's struggling here. I don't know if it's a grip issue with that first dart, but it's 46 left. Who's going to get a dart at tops for 1-1?
63.
Like I said, I think that was well thrown as well.
102.
You get the feeling his doubles have been okay at times. There's been a couple of stinkers. Just not happening, Robert.
94.
And when you're totally relaxed, you just ping 40. A treble 20 from nowhere.
Because he's that type of flair player as Robert Thornton. That's so high, it couldn't even been disturbed.
No
but it doesn't go, and so Thornton back for double 4, and maybe that last treble wasn't in vain. But now it could get a bit squiffy. But Thornton is 2-0 up in a jiffy. Halfway towards the finishing post here against Sven Verdonk, a victory which would put him on to 6 points, with Wolverton and Fag going toe-to-toe in the final game of the session.
$60.
Travel this again. Look at Robert. He's only got the darts out and he's right behind. He's trying to dictate the pace now. He's trying to dictate the game. A 4-0 victory. Get off the stage, get back to the hotel, regroup, and come back tomorrow fighting. People watching the MODUS Super Series, maybe for the first time, you know, everyone in Group A is looking for that top spot. Then you get a couple of days off, come back on 45. Saturday night. But I just think there's a big difference to playing coming second or third as well, to go in Group B, where it's 3 participants go through from the 5, and it's played on the night as well.
35.
So I know if I was playing in a Group A, you know, your top's great, second and third is a must. Especially how tough that Group C is as well. Picking 2 from 6 this weekend, that is going to be very tough.
Now our first player into Champions Week. That's Danny Lauby. Many congratulations goes to him for picking up the prize on Saturday night. Very popular player is
21.
Lauby.
Yeah, he's been liking a few tweets this morning, so maybe just checking out what the oppositions are like. But like I said, if you get someone like Dan Lauby against Sven Verdonk, you couldn't get 2 different players, could you?
It's good for the Super Series to have an American player through. Yeah, Jacob Taylor, of course, go all the way to the final from Canada last time.
How good has Jacob Taylor been?
He's so solid.
Where's he been? I mean, I like to think I know about my darts, but where has he been?
Lives in a province called Flowers Cove, which has a population of around about 300. That's how remote he is. But my goodness, is he an incredible talent. And some of the things that he could do if he's able to, and I don't know what his intentions are in terms of darts, but if he could possibly come over here, maybe play a bit more of this, play some Challenge Tour. He's doing really well on the CDC system. There is a player there. There's no doubt. I hope to see him back here soon.
33. Robert require 150. $40. Sven, you require 40.
Tops for a 16 darter. He's gone from very high on tops there. He's just trying to get that balance right. That's where the real muscle memory comes. That's where being match sharp's important. But he just keeps himself in there.
Fourth leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Big scoring coming.
Well, Thornton here will know that this is the key leg. This is the one where he can put the game well in his control. Go 3-1 up with the darts, and then you're forcing the donk to... Well, he's going to have to break at some point, but then you're putting him under that tilt, that pressure where when your opponent's on the hill, you know you've got to have no mistake
60.
darts.
If you're Jeremy Fagg or Mike Warburton, surely you're a Sven Verdonk fan right now, because just keeping Robert Thorne at arm's length
140.
is really important, because, like I said, yes, he's been poor today. I'd give myself a 3 out of 10. That's how much, Robert Thornton is sort of respected in the game. And if you could finish on the day on 4 points, and you've got a 4-point gap over him, then you can legitimately start thinking, I can win this group.
Well, how many times do we say in this commentary box about a player who may be underperforming, but we know the ceiling that they have, that we say, get rid of them when you've got the chance? It feels like today could be a situation of Robert Thornton. He's playing below what we know is his path for the course. So you make full advantage of it now, because you know a player like Robert is going to be fuming with elements of today. And coming into tomorrow, you're going to get some retribution for it. Expect Thornton to make a charge tomorrow. He's going to be the move on moving day. Because whenever he has a day like this, the reaction to it is palpable.
Yeah, I totally agree, Hitch. I'm liking the fact he's not beating... Oh, I was going to say, I like the fact he's not beating himself up as he beats himself up.
30.
Yeah, it's frustrating. But he's got total control of this leg of darts.
$60. Robert require 155.
More than steady. 155. Wants to be careful here. That's good. Yeah, good
93.
That he used the board well there. Leaves him 62. Sven's normally good at this point. He's been pinging a couple of 140s in when we've written him off. Is he going to do it again? I'm surprised he's gone down, and now he's totally sped up there with that second dart.
39.
He's trying he's just trying to get his rhythm. He's trying to get his balance right.
Game short of the fourth leg.
Fantastic darts there from Robert Thornton. He's just gesticulating, waving about. But I'll try and give a sort of where Sven is at right now is,
fifth leg,
after my World Seniors, everyone was like, Glenn, you've got no pullback and your forward press. And that's what I mean by the forward press is he said it's so slow, Glenn. So inside, he doesn't want to be taking 5 seconds longer with that first dart. But it's just, he's struggling to get his rhythm. And like I said, if he could, my advice if he's watching back is, in the practice area, just try and speed up that. His second and third dart is the Sven Verdonk I remember. But that first dart is 5 seconds slower than I remember of him.
Is this the move for Thornton now?
An iron darter would be nice, because it's normally at this point where you start laying it up.
100.
So see if it's any chance I can do it. Come on, Robert. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah. Wabba dabba bing bong.
The 9 darter is on.
Easy.
Thornton could be 3 darts away from the crowning glory. Can the Fawn sting the donk? With a 9 dart leg to finish.
Look at the focus and concentration on Robert
43.
Thornton
Robert
there.
require
Something that's been missing today.
141.
It's been a rubbish day for Robert Thornton. And I think a lot of us felt at that point there that that 141 was coming.
He's still on the 9. He's still on the 9. That would have been ironic, couldn't it? If he was on a 9 and then scored 9.
I would have definitely hit a big 3 there. Now look how quick them darts are. Look how quick those darts. Get a shot of them last 3 darts compared to when he's normally been throwing darts. Sven, throw a bit quicker tomorrow as Thornton looks at tops.
95. Sven, you require 70.
But how many times have we seen a player on a 9 dart finish and not win the leg? Are we going to see another case of it here? Tops for 3-2. Just underneath, and so Thornton will return for double 10 to get the job done.
He's talking away to himself. But that's the great marker.
15. Sven, you
Second chance for Sven.
20.
Will double 10 be Sven's den? On the wire.
Sometimes you can throw that too well. He has to move way to the left and look at that angle there, how difficult his shot then becomes. I actually like going to the... Yes, I like where he's going now. Look at that top part of the double 10. I felt that was a better angle of going in, but just crashed into the other tungsten. It's advantage to Thornton. 5. It's all about the big number. It's been a day of missed big numbers today. Not this time. And not this time with Robert Thornton. He gets through. 4-1 against Sven Verdonk, who's got a lot of work to do overnight. It's been a tough day for the Belgian. For Robert Thornton, nowhere near his best, well below par, but he still finishes on 6 points. And mark those words for the end of the week. A tough Monday for Robert Thornton, but gets through the match 4-1. And next up is Mark Borelli against John Desmarais.
Welcome back. The penultimate game of the day about to get underway as Mark Barilli takes on John Desrimo. Desrimo with just 1 win so far, Barilli with 2, and he's looking to join the top 3 on 6 points in this 14th match of 15 today. Over to Glenn and Henry to guide you through it.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Will that be a big moment for Robert Thornton there? He's probably in the players' area looking back and thinking what might have been, in a sense, that coming away with 6 points is actually not too bad. He's going to be mid-table, just sat behind a couple of the guys. One of the guys there in your picture is Mark Barilli, who also wants to join Robert Thornton on 6 points. And then that blockbuster of the last game to see who's be going away overnight on 8 points and taking control early in this group. For John Desmond, it all started so very, very nice in the first game, but I think he'll like this match. I think he'll like the pace of Mark Barilli. Can he finish how he started?
Before we start this one, just a word for the job Danny McNamara has done today. We have a lot of darts today. Done an impeccable job as our top Irish referee. One of the best in the business. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of him on a lot of stages in the future. I'm impressed.
Yeah, that's an interesting 3 darts for Mark Barilli, by the way.
44.
Well, this match has started horrendous. This is about someone
26.
taking control of this game right now with what I think just a bit of composure, because these are flying all over the place. This is a Glen Durrant exhibition you're witnessing right here. Before Henry says it.
I wasn't saying anything.
I got a telling off this week.
135.
Last time I was with Wayne Mardley, said, Glenn, stop talking yourself down. He said, you're actually playing all right. And then Daryl Fitton said exactly the same this week. So I made a decision. I'm going to start talking positive about myself. And leave the negative to you. Even though you have just given me a sausage roll.
45.
Very nice sausage roll as well. See, this is what partners do, Glenn.
Yes.
85.
Didn't expect such a scrappy opener between these two. Typical of darts. From absolute nowhere, from scores of 44, 31, 21 to 171.
59. Mercury require 45.
And so, 5 for tops of Barilli. Now double 10. Oh, that's a flyer. And that could be very, very messy now if Desmond doesn't take out this 84 for the break. 14. And the bull for the killer bee. Oh, that's a killer bullseye from the killer bee. Stinging Barilli to lead 1-0.
Second leg John to throw first. Game on.
You've waited for that all day, haven't you?
Wait till I get the
100.
B movie references out.
Yeah, I was trying to get a Queen Bee or something from you. Yeah, from the sublime to the ridiculous with Mark Barilli. He's been all over the place. Then a 171. And then the sweetest ton you've seen.
$100.
I think we're saving the 2 best players of the day till last. You sure this is the hors d'oeuvre?
60.
I think we're going to see something special in that last game between Warburton and Fag. I think something special is about to brew.
82.
I'm intrigued to see what tomorrow is going to bring. I'm really intrigued to see what tomorrow is going to bring.
I think a much better day, and that's potentially because you've got 4 debutants. Now they understand the process, the procedures, the venue, and how it all works. And I think we'll see a much, much better day. It's been a very competitive day today, but it's lacked at times real quality. The real 100 averages. I mean, it offered so much early doors. 90 average from Warby in the first game, 96 from
13.
Desmond,
Junior
93 from
94.
Thornton. It just opened up an awful lot, but no one really took it by the reins. The double 8
86.
Yeah, I'd love to just see just a little bit more less snatchy from John, just a little bit more smoother.
45. John, you require 8.
It may it would bust.
No
Yeah,
score.
I think that was half-hearted attempt at double one there. But with Mark Borelli on 2-4-3, there was no need to panic. Surprised at this performance from Mark.
83. John, you require 8.
What was a very hopeful start for Mark. It's just beginning to be a bit of a
Game for the
disaster
second
because John
leg,
Desmarais has taken real control of this game.
The most important dart of this match might be that dart at the boards on the opening leg, because Borelli should have had the opening leg in his leisure. Desmarais behind in that leg, finds the bullseye and is now asserting his authority in the match. But this is a good start to leg 3 from Borelli. The perfect start to leg 3 from Borelli. A perfect visit to begin.
Yeah, 13, 45, 83. You think he's all over the place. Then a 174 to complement that 171 he had earlier. It's a strange performance from Mark.
And we could have nearly settled the debate as to the 147 or 9 dart, because Borelli, with a max there, could have hit a 9 dart on 147.
I wonder what Wayne Mardle's got to say. He's took some stick, hasn't he, over that?
60.
All the snooker fans have attacked him.
What did he base his opinion on?
Anyone got a cannon?
95.
I just hope he had a couple of tips.
You know, you're the butt of my jokes.
100. Mark require 137.
I like 18s, but he's got away with it, but that could have become very awkward there.
97.
But in the end, it's a very nice setup. Yeah, can you see that? I love the throw there. That's what I'm seeing. with that throw.
55. Mark require 40. Game shot on the
This
third
game
leg.
feels
Mark
rapid.
Borelli.
6 minutes and 3 legs played.
14 darter, improved leg for Borelli to half the deficit, but Desmarais here has the darts to open up a 3-1 advantage, and that first treble is sat plumb.
100.
And again, we go back to that point of will you be happy or dishappy with a ton? On that occasion, Desmarais would be the latter.
$85.
Nice message here from Biffo on Twitter. Hi, Dozer from Down Under with 2 questions. Who was your idol in darts when you first started playing? As John Desmarais smacks a 180 in. Well, I was a huge Bristow and Wilson fan. I think you were either loved Jockey or you loved
27.
Eric. But believe it or not, mine was Bob Anderson. There was just something about watching Bob. It was just something special. He even did the finger point and everything. So I think Bob Anderson for me in that one. And when did you know you were good enough to be a top world darts player? I created some dart tournaments very similar to what we've been talking about in Southampton, and we created what's called the Teesside ranking events. If you want to Google that and just look at my performances round about 2008 to 2011, the best of the North East come to them. Nearly 400 entries at our highest, at our peak. So I decided to start travelling before when I was 42. I think the real belief came round about age 45. So thanks for watching. Thanks for your question. And keep them coming, guys.
Didn't do too bad in the end, did you, Glenn?
Oh, don't give me compliments now. You give me a sausage roll.
He was Premier League champion.
Never talk about it. You know that.
140.
Now you're sat next to me.
John, you require 93.
Don't win the Premier League, anyone. Treble 90. I like that. This is old school finishing.
54.
No, just missed the ball there
Record
because Mark Borelli was on a
128.
finish. Not something that you see often here. Will he stay there? Don't like that, Mark, but
55.
just the way players are now, the double's bigger than the treble.
39.
So they'll say, shut up, Duran, but not for me.
Double 10 for 3-1. Now up for 5s.
29.
Doesn't go, and so Borelli for the break back and to
73.
level this game up at 2 apiece. 73 is what he wants. Double 13. Good quick thinking, and Borelli brings it back level to 2 apiece.
I had my fingers and toes trying to work that out there, but Borelli knew exactly what was going on. He's shaking his head away there, but it's 2-2.
Mark to throw first.
And you've got the
Game
darts,
on.
Mark. You are right back in this game. Let's get your consistency back. As shown in
100.
Diagram B.
Thank you very much. One for the bingo card. I only need the word Middlesbrough for a full house.
Will be a full house on Wednesday night in Middlesbrough, won't there?
Oh, I'll be waxing lyrical about Middlesbrough if... Yeah, do not disturb on Wednesday night. Can't believe they put Man City versus Real Madrid in all the pubs though. So
123.
I'll be sat in my bedroom watching if you hear some strange noises.
55.
This time it won't be Paul Hinks, but it just lacked a little bit of consistency, did Mark early doors.
83.
He was flinging them all over the place, but all of a sudden he's found his mojo again and he's taking control of this match now.
129.
Do you think it's been a day of when people need to go behind before they start producing their best? Been a funny old day, isn't it?
95.
We're meant to be sat in these seats, and our job is to bring to you at home kind of sense of what's happening. But the pair of us in the commentary box are struggling to put a finger on it ourselves. Sometimes in sport, you can just have days where you could try and analyse it till the cows come home, but sometimes
60.
it could be impossible to really put rhyme or reason behind it.
40.
And
Just when you think Borelli's taking total control, I really fancied that there. Now it's a case of bottle.
40. Game shot of the fifth leg.
Wasn't sure what he was looking at there. Maybe he was just getting his reset, just getting himself ready for it. Very Steve Beaton, like the way that arm just powers its way through.
To throw first.
From 2-0 down,
Game
Borelli now leads 3-2.
Steve Beaton, not as good a dancer though as Glenn Durrant.
2 left feet, me.
Not as bad as Charlie might.
Oh, I'm not that bad.
93.
Heard me and Charlie are making a new band, aren't we? Stavros Flatlegs.
That's your best. You've
80.
saved your best one to the last.
I've had a little bit of time today to think these things up.
140.
Susan, my wife said I dance like a flamingo until I put my foot down.
140.
People say I'm boring. It's so harsh.
100.
Lovely ton there from Borelli. Does leave a bogey. Desmond on 181. That's a set there. You may look at the way he's looking there, setting himself. He's staring on the treble 20 bed, and rightly so, with that beautiful last dart. And for Borelli, 168, just set it up, put some pressure on this 81. Very similarly moves across the bed,
60.
but not the same outcome.
Johnny require 81.
It's advantage to the Belgian in this leg.
Double 12 to level up, to send us all the way again.
57.
Doesn't go. And so Borelli has the opportunity to win the game with this 108. It would move him on to 6 points overnight. He should get a dart now. He is going to get a dart at tops, but drags just underneath. And so Desimo, to take us to the distance, wants double 12. 2 sixes to send us all the way again. It has been the type of day where you just cannot split the players, where you can't find any distance or any grounds to separate them.
Game on.
And once again, We go to leg 7. But for who? Will it be darting heaven underneath the church?
Timing was my favourite angle as it comes here.
100.
So 3-3 your darts, so important. And Mark Borelli uses that with a great start.
41.
Yeah, and it just slid into the one. I had to look to see exactly where that second dart landed. It's advantage Borelli now. But again, he's under that treble 20 bed, which doesn't suit him.
90.
But what a last dart, Henry. That is a big, big treble 17.
But what a visit this is. What a time for Max! His second of the game. And how timely could it be?
Mark Borelli wasn't watching any of them darts then. As you turn around and hear the shout from the referee, sometimes it can be
90.
Quite difficult to take, but treble 17 seems to be the bed for him in this game.
Scoring like that when it matters the most says a lot about the temperament of John Desimo. Back-to-back 180s to leave himself on a ton after 9 in the last leg. But have a look at this response from Mark Borelli.
100.
It started so bad, but finishing like a train. Double 10. What a finale to that game by John Desimo. An exciting 4-3 win. He finished the day on a high. The final game, blockbuster game. First against second. It's Warburton versus Fag.
The final fixture of Monday's MODUS Super Series action is a battle between the top two, Jeremy Fagg and Mike Warburton, both winning 3 of their 4 matches. And whoever wins this one will end the day on the top of the table. Right, over to Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant to guide you through this battle at the top.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, really looking forward to this game, but what a finale to that previous game there. John Desimo went into fast forward. Back-to-back 180s. Borelli came back with a 140 and a stunning 100 finish at the end. And yeah, it was really set up this game nicely because 8 points is so important on day one. 4 wins out of 5. You're feeling good going in for the rest of the week. And like I said, it started so badly for both of these. They both had chances in that very first match of the day.
Mike to throw first.
They end up losing 4-3, but the middle section of today, they've both been absolutely fantastic. And now these are the moments, these are the types of games that you practice for. And you want to be leaving day one top of the table.
60.
And the winner will get that exact luxury. And it makes the work for the day worthwhile.
96.
Because every player today has had to work. Hasn't always been vintage. But whoever comes out of this on the top will probably more than anything feel relieved. I think Jeremy's the player out of anyone
95.
that could be the most happy with their performances on day one.
Yeah, the expectation, as you talked about earlier, on someone like Warby who's winning games now, that's something he's got to accept. He's going to be a favourite no matter what group he's in for
60.
You know, the rest of his time he's at MODUS Super Series. But for Jeremy, on debut, I mean, the rumours where he was, you know, when you do a bit of reading up on the guy, you knew he's in decent form. He's just off a quarter-final of the Challenge
41.
Tour. Beating Sam and Whitlock, all beating a local competition. But, you know, Sam Whitlock doesn't go out to play darts to lose a game. So, you know you're playing well. And then you go 3-0 up and lose your first
100.
game 4-3. You could easily then hide under the rock. But far from it, he's come out. And for me, being the player of the day.
$100.
You'll probably see many of that, Scott, in this game from Warby.
Very old school, isn't it, that kind of approach?
85. $60. Jeremy require 160.
We'll stay there. Been some fantastic finishing today, and especially from this man in your picture. 5 century finishes.
140.
We haven't had that big blockbuster one yet.
145.
You feel like if it's going to come from someone, it's going to come from one of these two, but not with darts like that, it isn't.
81.
Advantage to the Aussie.
Jeremy
and this
require
will
20.
be for a break or throw.
6 visit leg. Incoming.
Game
16
leg,
darts, in
Jeremy
fact, to
Fagg.
break the throw for Jeremy Fagg to take a 1-0 lead. And as you say, he's
Second
been
leg,
the class
Jeremy
player
to
today. Will he
throw
end it as
first.
the
Game
player
on.
at that top of the class? And
95.
Really been a good representative so far of ADC Oceania, who are doing great stuff out in that region. The fact we can get players over from that part of the world to play in this competition is a
60.
huge testament to the work being done out there.
It makes you think what, you know, the effect that Raymond Smith had. But my favourite story is Raymond Smith. When we talk about that, is within 3 hours he was
41.
on his flight. He was probably home before I did, getting back to Middlesbrough from here.
How bad was the drive?
Never bad when you're going home.
60.
I was going to say this is a big moment in this game.
140.
He's just got his timing right. When it's been really tight, he's pulled out a real big score. When he's needed a double, he's done exactly that. So every question
100.
that's being asked of the Aussie, he's had an answer.
Just doing exactly what he needs to do. And sometimes in this format,
He really sort of squints his
96.
eyes as he look at it. I think visualisation is a real important part of his throw. Whereas for Warby, he just doesn't take his eyes. Look at that. Not once does he blink. Not once does he take his eyes off that
55.
desired
Jeremy
target.
require 129.
When Jeremy, there's that little squint there. And I think he's watching where he wants the dart to go. Treble 18 would be nice.
57.
and so 72 for 2-0 lead for Jeremy Fagg upon his return to back the breakup with a hold.
30.
And
Jeremy
to really
requires
stamp
76.
his authority on this game. just the other side of the treble 16. That's treble 7, so 21 scored. Which means it's going to be one dart at double 16 for a 2-0 lead. And there it is. 2 out of 2 on the doubles. Ruthless in those kind of combinations is Jeremy Fagg. And he's halfway towards the victory post, halfway to topping the table overnight.
Yeah, just very, very solid, just around that 90 mark area. But that's what you're looking for. If you get a dart and a double in these circumstances,
140.
Just make sure you smack that in 2 from 2 is the big difference so far. And that's the perfect dart for him.
140.
Just the way it sits up there, if you can just get in the upper echelon of that treble bed.
$60.
Who's your favourite throw? Who do you like to watch for whatever reason? Stick to the MODUS Super Series as well rather than the professional players.
96.
Well, that's a good question.
Well, an answer would be nice.
There's something Rolls-Royce about the Martin Adams action. It's something that has never really changed, never really deviated as time goes on. I like the effortless nature of Cam Crabtree's.
Yeah, something to be said when your throw is effortless, when it's so easy to hit a treble 20. You feel like with someone like John Desmond, he's having to force his darts because there's very little pullback.
But at the same time, style isn't everything, because look at Conor Hinahan, for example.
170.
Yeah, no one's a robot. Everyone's got their own personality, their own throw. I mean, Phil Taylor's was never the greatest. Look at the angles they went in.
56.
He wasn't bad.
Mike require 116.
Just a couple of world titles and a couple of match plays and a bit like that. 116 for Warburton then to half the deficit. It's going to be a dart at tops for 2-1. Just above the wire. It's going to be a third combination finish on the spin for Jeremy Fagg here for the double break. And to put himself on the brink. He should get a dart himself.
So good when it's a 100+ finish. It's been his forte today.
Games on the third leg.
There's the obligatory fist pump once again, and that will hurt. That will hurt Mike Warburton, who's sat pretty, misses a dart at a double, and then your opponent who's just been so relentless when it comes to a 100+ finish. He sinks that in. The Aussie is flying high right now.
The man from down under may be looking towards the top.
100.
With some Struth darts.
I tried my Aussie accent on him earlier. It wasn't very good. I said, what's your favourite colour, Blue? Sorry. What's your favourite name, Sheila? He wasn't impressed. And I wasn't going to argue with him.
42.
I just based my Australian accents off of Crocodile Dundee.
That's not a knife.
81.
Well, we're coming towards the conclusion of our play here at the Super Series for day 1. And it looks as if this Australian town is going to be the player at the top of the pile.
58. $60. $134.
So in fact, leaving 167 after 12 for a 4-0 win.
60.
And who
Jeremy
would have saw this coming? It's been a fantastic opening day. 2 proceedings for him. He isn't going to finish off with a roof-raising finish. He's got the luxury of time.
39.
Couple of trebles here for Mike Warburton would make things a little bit interesting. Jeremy only able to leave 128. Needs to trouble just to leave anything.
60.
Comes up dry.
Jeremy require
And so Jeremy Fagg has 6 darts here. From 128 to seal the points. He may only need the 3.
112.
1 dart at double 16 was enough. And would have been enough to sealed it. It goes inside, so he returns to double 8 for that 4-0 win.
80.
To go top
Jeremy requires 16.
of the pile going into day 2's action. Little little adjustment, little move across. And that bed is completely blocked now. This would be a miracle dart if he can find a way.
No score.
But it can't be found. And so
Mike
Warburton returns with a
100.
ton to save this game. To bring it back to 3-1. 2 at tops. Double 10. Last dart in hand. Needs to go. Doesn't
80.
go. And so now 3 clear darts again for Jeremy Fagg
16.
to get over the finishing line. Double 8 again.
Game, shot. And
To
the
go
match,
top of the
Jeremy
pile
Fagg.
following his first day's exploits here at the Super Series. Double 8 makes it 8 points for Jeremy Fagg, who beats Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 0, averaging 84.68, 50% when it came to the finishing, the 114, the high checkout in and amongst it. It's been a superb day for the Australian debutant. As for Mike Warburton, he's going to join Robert Thornton in the 3-win club. Right, let's reflect on everything that we've seen throughout the course of today, up on the balcony where Chris Murphy is with Glenn Dummett.
Thanks very much, Henry. Yeah, Glenn, well, you mentioned it when I asked you halfway through the day, or even earlier than that, who impressed you the most, Jeremy Fagg, and it turns out that he was the best player.
Oh, I'm good.
Well, he's good, isn't he?
He's very good. He was the class act today, and we didn't know an awful lot about him. But you know, if you'd done your homework, you could see he was a quality player, and he demonstrated his real qualities after a difficult start.
Well, let's get final confirmation of the table after day 1 in the group. He wins 4 out of his 5 matches after that shootout with Mike Warburton and how well he played in it. Robert Thornton, I mean, you and Henry have been saying it's been a bad day for Robert, but looking at it, it's 2 points off top.
And that just tells you how good the guy is. I mean, he is the class act. His CV is as good as anybody's there, and he'll be going back thinking, I cannot play that bad tomorrow or Wednesday. He's still very much in the mix.
And as for Sven Verdonk, look, much has been made about the pace of play. You demonstrated during comms in one of his matches, he threw some of his darts quicker, and he seemed to be better when he did.
Yeah, only the first dart. I mean, I think his second and third is how I know Sven Verdonk to be, but his first dart was taking an age, and when it takes an age, and boy do I know that, that's when things are going through your mind. You start thinking technically. I think he can correct it. He's here this week to work on his rhythm and work on his plan of his attack, and maybe that's where I would start.
Jeremy to win the group, or do you think he's got some rivals here?
No, Jeremy to win the group. I don't think he's the type of player I think is going to panic, but Robert Thornton is a real juggernaut when he gets going.
Well, let's see if he can get going. The action returns tomorrow, same time, 9:30 a.m, but exclusively on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and then back for the deciding day of the group on Wednesday here on Sporty Stuff TV. We will see you then.